Chapter 1041. Boom, 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 boom. You're so ugly. You're disgusting. Don't you know that? Sua Xiao Duo was a little angry. Killing all of you will beautify the world. It's a great merit. Boom, boom, boom. Sua Xiao Duo had only moved forward 300 meters, but more than 1,000 demons had already been sent flying. All those that flew out were basically torn apart in mid-air. Those that were lucky enough to hit the hammerhead directly immediately turned into a rain of blood, scattering around in bits and pieces. Countless demons who had just gathered after hearing the news saw a white light and a bit of black gas in front of them. They couldn't see anyone at all. Finally, they couldn't help but show fear on their faces. How could this human be so cruel? Could it be that all the humans in the outside world are so cruel? Human flesh doesn't taste good at all. For a moment, the whole demon forest was filled with the sound of whistles from all directions. It was extremely urgent and full of panic. The whistles were sharp and piercing, resounding throughout the forest. On the other side, Sua Xiao Duo was rushing forward like a demon god. Wherever he went, the demons couldn't withstand a single blow. Everything that stood in his way, be it the demons or the trees, were all turned into ashes. At this moment, there was a big road that was more than 7,000 meters long behind him. It was wide and spacious. And this road was still going on. In the dense forest, Sua Xiao Duo was advancing bravely. With his own strength, he had forcefully carved out a path to the Sun Pass. As a demon wrote in his memoirs a long time later, there was no road in the world. But since Sua Xiao Duo came, there was a road. It was very wide and fertile. Bang, bang, bang. The big hammer was swung continuously, and the aura of many souls that had fallen were all absorbed into the big hammer. Bai and Zhou, one was eagerly collecting the 3 souls, while the other was excitedly swallowing the 7 souls. Sua Xiao Duo was completely unimpeded. The opponent was too weak, and Sua Xiao Duo did not even feel the impact. There was no pressure at all. All of the demons who dared to surround him were sent flying in the first moment. Too weak. Unable to withstand a single blow. You can't even withstand a single blow. Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but think. My current image is the god of war. Sua Xiao Duo was very complacent. Before Sua Xiao Duo cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire, his battle prowess was already at the top of the younger generation in the 3 continents. It could be said that under the Skysoar realm, there was no one who could match him. In fact, the vast majority of fairy heavens weren't his match. Now that he had advanced a step further and reached the origin returning realm, his battle prowess had multiplied. Furthermore, with the new 99 kitty hammer in hand, his battle prowess was at its peak. On the other hand, his opponents only had the battle prowess of a nascent soul cultivator, and there weren't many of them. Naturally, they could only be flattened. To put it bluntly, against such an enemy, not to mention 1,000, even if he killed 10,000 or 100,000, for the current Sua Xiao Duo, it would still be a piece of cake. It was just a matter of time. But no matter what he thought, he didn't slow down at all. In less than a few breaths of time, another 3 kilometers of road had opened up. Combined with the road in front of him, it was already 10,000 meters of road. Moreover, there was no turning back as he continued to advance forward. In front of him was a verdant and lush barrier, behind him was thick smoke and a mess. This massacre allowed Sua Xiao Duo to vent some of the depression in his heart. After being chased and suppressed by the Umno Alliance for so long, he could finally vent his anger. Today, I, Sua Xiao Duo, am the only one who can dominate the Umno Alliance and defeat the demons. In the distant sky, the poisonous shaman was exhausted as he chased after the demon ancestor Lei Changtian in front of him. He was panting and couldn't help but curse. You're already so old, but you still have so much energy to run. Why don't you slow down a little? In front, Lei Changtian turned a deaf ear to him and ran as fast as he could. Slow down. How dare I slow down? I've lost my grandson. Do you think I'll dare to slow down? If I don't hurry up, my daughter and son-in-law will be here. Now Lei Changtian was really anxious. For several days, he dragged the poisonous shaman and flew around the Umno Alliance. He had already searched the places where the 8 beams of light landed. Now he was heading to the 9th beam of light. Further away, the Zhu Mang shaman was panting as he followed. His speed was slower than the poisonous shaman and Lei Changtian, but he had to follow. He didn't dare to not follow. Because Lei Changtian had already gone crazy. If there was only the poisonous shaman, it would be impossible to suppress him. At most, it would be a draw. But in this state, the possibility of Lei Changtian self-destructing and dragging the poisonous shaman along was too high. Once it was confirmed that Zhou Xiaoduo was really gone, Lei Changtian would definitely self-destruct until the end. At that time, if the poisonous shaman was alone, he would definitely be dragged to the grave by Lei Changtian. Therefore, although the Zhu Mang shaman knew that he couldn't catch up, he still had to chase and follow. Even if he was tired to the point of vomiting blood, he still had to chase. When the time came, the two of them could withstand Lei Changtian's self-destruction together. Maybe there was a slight chance. If it really didn't work, he would stand in front of the poisonous shaman and let this guy live. This brother's life was too miserable. He couldn't let him die alone. Therefore, the Zhu Mang shaman risked his life all the way. Originally, it was okay. There was still the West Sea shaman to accompany him. The 3 great shamans joined forces to face the self-destruction of a powerhouse of the same level. Although they would inevitably suffer serious injuries, they wouldn't die. For powerhouses of their level, as long as they didn't die, serious injuries were nothing. But when they chased to the boundary of the West Sea, it seemed that something had happened there, forcing the West Sea shaman to deal with it. This also led to him being the only one left to follow the 2 people in front. Finally, he followed the first 8 places, but the 2 people in front turned around again and went to the 9th place to search. However, this was perhaps another step closer to death. The goal this time was the Heavenly Spirit Forest. After many days of running, the Zhu Mang shaman who was always on guard felt exhausted, physically and mentally. Damn it, he never knew that after becoming a great shaman, he still had to worry about traveling. The 2 people in front of him were simply using their lives to hurry, and he was using his life to accompany them. Seeing that they weren't far from the place where the icy deep shaman was, the Zhu Mang shaman desperately launched the soul-shaking technique. Come out quickly. Something big has happened. The icy deep shaman who had just finished his seclusion and was stuck at the last checkpoint was suddenly angered by this sudden attack. Damn it. This Zhu Mang must be sick. Ha ha. The icy deep shaman jumped out at the first moment. His clothes were as white as snow, and he had the temperament of an iceberg. He was refined and extraordinary, but the moment he opened his mouth, this temperament was destroyed. He said angrily, Zhu Mang. Look at your pathetic appearance, why are you scaring me? Hurry. Hurry up and catch up. Something is going to happen. The Zhu Mang shaman was almost out of breath. How could he still care about being angry? In front, Lei Changtian and Wu Du may self-destruct at any time. They will die together. Fuck your second uncle. The icy deep shaman was shocked when he heard this. Without saying anything, he ran out of the ice and snow, ignoring the Zhu Mang shaman's follow-up explanation. Don't talk nonsense, I'll hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, it'll be too late. This guy didn't know the cause and effect, or even what had happened. He just ran all the way in a hurry. Wu Du and Lei Changtian were going against each other. That was definitely not a good thing. As he ran, he complained, "Wu Du, you idiot. You can't beat him. What's the use of that little poison of yours?" The icy deep shaman didn't stop talking and his feet didn't stop. He disappeared in a flash. Behind him, the Zhu Mang shaman, who had run out of breath and was almost out of oil, squatted on a mountain top, panting heavily. Every time he breathed out, there was a faint red air. Tired. I'm so tired. Previously, he had been running as if his life depended on it. He had been running madly for millions of miles in all directions without stopping. He had also been tearing space apart to hasten his journey. From east to west, from west to south, from south to north, from west to east. He had been running in circles without stopping. With Lei Zhangtian's extreme mentality at this moment, in order to guard against the unexpected, Zhu Mang Grand Sorcerer, who always had his heart in his throat, was really physically and mentally exhausted. He couldn't even find the time to take a breath. As long as he stopped to take a breath, the two people in front of him would be able to run away without a trace, and he couldn't even find the direction. Once the two people got out of his sight, what would happen next would be completely beyond the scope of his intervention. However, the Zhu Mang shaman didn't dare to think in a good direction. Even if Lei Changtian self-destructed, even if he didn't take Wu Du with him, only Lei Changtian died, the Zhu Mang shaman wouldn't feel very good in his heart. Well, this is really a conscience to say in private. Lei Zhangtian is really dead, and Zhu Mang Great Witch will feel very uncomfortable in his heart, and he will feel very uncomfortable and very lost. After all, they were old opponents who had been fighting for so many years, and they had already become enemies and friends. Perhaps when they met on the real battlefield and fought for life and death, they would still kill each other when they got the opportunity. But in the end, no matter who really killed who, it was inevitable that they would think about it from time to time in the rest of their lives. Once they thought about it, they would be unhappy for a long time. Every year, it was common to sweep the other party's grave. This was a very complicated and special emotion that was difficult to understand without personal experience. It was like this for Lei Changtian, not to mention the non-poisonous shaman who had fought side by side for so many years. Once he thought of the extreme result of one of the two people self-destructing and pulling the other one together. How could the Zhu Mang shaman not be afraid? How could he dare to breathe? How could he dare to take it lightly? Chapter 1042. In particular, after going to the place where the 8 beam of light fell, he still couldn't find Suoshao Duo. The pressure around Lei Changtian was getting lower and lower. Zhu Mang Great Witch felt that something was wrong, but he had been carrying negative emotions for a long time, and it was really difficult for him to continue. After chasing all the way here, he finally got closer to Bingming Old Witch. He quickly called him out and asked him to follow him. On the top of the mountain, he breathed heavily like an old ox. He only felt that his heart was about to jump out of his throat, and his blood vessels were about to explode. Just a little bit more. Zhu Mang Great Witch was a little lucky, just a little bit more, and I would have become the first Great Witch in history to die of exhaustion. This achievement. This Lei Changtian is really crazy. I hope Bingming can persuade him. I hope no one has an accident. Don't really die in this place. Zhu Mang Great Witch gasped hard, trying to adjust his breath to recover, and stuffed medicinal pills into his mouth. Unfortunately, he was nervous all the way, and he didn't even have time to eat medicinal pills. This was not an exaggeration, he really didn't. Because if he really wanted to eat medicinal pills, it was inevitable that he would slow down a little. But once he slowed down and was distracted, he might not be able to keep an eye on the two people. Maybe at that moment, Lei Changtian would explode himself. In the face of such a situation, how could Zhu Mang Great Witch dare to stop when the two people in front of him were always rushing for their lives? He couldn't even slow down for a moment. After resting for a while, Zhu Mang Great Witch felt that he seemed to have recovered a little strength. He tore the space again and chased out. I have to find another person. Bing Ming is not a bad person, but his mouth can make even a good person die of anger, let alone now. I'm afraid that Lei Changtian will give up being poisonous and turn to fight with Bing Ming. Maybe Lei Changtian didn't want to self-destruct, but he was angered by Bing Ming's words. The current situation isn't any different from before. Icy Nether didn't survive Lei Changtian's self-detonation, so he still can't escape death. If I sacrifice Icy Nether in order to save Du, it's still my fault. And it's a huge fault that I can't take off in this lifetime. Because Icy Nether was summoned by my soul-shaking technique. It's even harder to absolve myself from the blame. I can't even atone for my sins with death. Zhu Mang Great Witch's heart is full of helplessness. Don't talk about the later death, he wants to die now. Why couldn't he go to anyone's territory? Why did he have to come to the Ice Nether? Any one of them would be better than Bing Ming at adjusting the situation and having an EQ, but this guy was the only one who didn't. Why couldn't I hold on a little longer? Why did I call out Bing Ming? Zhu Mang Great Witch dragged his body and saw that it was not too far away from Dan Kong Great Witch. He decided to go to Dan Kong. He was still extremely tired, extremely tired. Hurry up and get Dan Kong out so I can rest at ease. Not to mention that Zhu Mang Great Witch went to find Dan Kong. On the other side, the Ice Nether Great Witch ran all the way, following the spiritual fluctuations in front of him, almost breaking his legs. But after turning in two directions, he didn't see anyone. These two people are not crazy. In desperation, the Ice Nether Great Witch began to burn the blood of Zhu Wu in his body and chased after them at a double speed, successfully following in the footsteps of Zhu Mang Great Witch. There was no other reason. If he didn't do this, he couldn't catch up at all. The reason why the two people in front of him were so fast must be that something big happened. If they were a step late, they might be separated by life and death. The Ice Nether Great Witch not only had the same association as Zhu Mang Great Witch, but also more complicated and terrible than Zhu Mang. Zhu Mang is so tired. God knows what the two in front of him are like. Although I didn't feel a strong impact wave, it must be the two of them shaking in the most extreme and restrained way. Maybe their brains have been beaten out. I just don't know if it's Du Jiu's brain or Lei Changtian's brain. If I can't catch up, Du Jiu, who is not good at martial arts, will definitely be beaten to a pulp. They don't like me every day, but I can't be unrighteous. I can't just watch them die. I must catch up, I must catch up. The Ice Nether Great Witch was anxious and burned his blood to chase after them. He also felt that he was very noble and righteous. For a moment, he even put on a moral halo for himself. He felt that his brothers beat him every day, but at the critical moment, he was still the most desperate. He was already a moral role model. They can't beat him anymore, can they? Maybe they will even praise him when they see him. Finally, he saw the backs of the two in front of him. Lei Changtian was running in front, taking the lead. Du Jiu followed closely behind like a shadow, neither close nor far. Of course, he didn't dare to not follow. For someone like Lei Changtian, once he got rid of the restraints of the Great Witch, if he went crazy in the inner cities of the Omno Alliance, thousands of miles of land would be a piece of cake. The blood of the Wu people would flow like a river. Such a strong person must be kept in check. And now, the only one who could keep up was himself. Not to mention, he was also the one who caused this matter to go out of control. Du Jiu was already complaining in his heart. I thought it was finally my turn to show up and preside over the big event. Damn it, I did show up, but why did I show up? I didn't take charge, I made a big deal. Did I take charge just to go back and forth in circles around the Umno Alliance's mainland? Did he use all his strength and speed to run crazily again and again? What was I doing? Fuck. He was tired, but how could Long Tier's sky not be tired? But no matter how tired Lei Changtian was, he didn't dare to stop. Grandson. Where did you go? It's been a few days, I've run to so many places, but I still can't see you. At this moment, even if Lei Zhangtian ran himself to death on the road, it was impossible for him to stop. He had to get confirmation of Zhou Xiaodua's whereabouts. Only then could he call it a temporary stop. No matter how hard it was, no matter how exhausted they were, they didn't stop. However, their speed inevitably became slower and slower. This was also the fundamental reason why the Great Ice Nether Witch was gradually catching up with them. Of course, only the Great Ice Witch could catch up with them. The rest of the experts were still unable to catch up with them. Their so-called slower and slower speed was only relative to the practitioners at the same level as them. The rest of them were still mediocre and insignificant. At this moment, there was a dark forest in front of them. The Ice Nether Witch's entire body was covered with an unparalleled frosty air, and chased after Ji Hao from behind at lightning speed. Hey! The one in front. I'm telling you to, stop, or I'll. When the poisonous witch heard that the icy hell witch had caught up, she immediately let out a sigh of relief. Without saying anything, she stopped in mid-air and almost fell down. She pointed forward and said, "Chase. Chase after him." "Don't." The Great Ice Witch was shocked and said, "What's wrong? Why are you two running like idiots? You're not fighting but running. What's the use of that?" The Great Poison Witch was furious and said intermittently, "Bullshit. Chase after him. This old guy lost his grandson. He's going crazy now." The Great Ice Witch was stunned. His grandson is lost. His grandson. Isn't his grandson Zhou Changchang's son? Lost? So what if he's lost? What's the big deal? Besides, we didn't lose him. Lost. He's lost. Stop talking nonsense. The Great Poison Witch was out of breath. Chase after him quickly. This old thing is about to go crazy. It didn't matter if she said it quickly. The Great Ice Witch's mind was spinning. Zhou Changchang's son, Lei Changtian's grandson, is lost. Why the fuck do we have to help find him? What the fuck is this? This isn't right. Isn't Zhou Changchang's son? Fuck. The Great Ice Witch suddenly shouted, "Fuck." The Great Poison Witch. The Great Ice Witch jumped up in the air, her eyes staring straight and her face pale. Fuck his old ass. That kid, lost. Lost. Lost? Whoosh. Before the Great Poison Witch fell, the Great Ice Witch couldn't catch her breath and fell from the sky like a meteorite. Fuck you. The Great Poison Witch was furious. Look at the situation now, can you fucking be more serious? I'm as tired as a sock, but I didn't fall. Why did you fall? Why are you so weak? Who? A figure flashed, and the Ice Abyss Witch once again rushed up, her face immediately pale. Did Lei Zhangtian lose his grandson? Zhou Changchang's son is missing. Did you inform Boss Flood? Yeah. Well, why should I inform Boss Flood? Lei Changtian isn't worth it. Fuck. The Great Ice Witch turned and ran, chasing after Lei Changtian and yelling, "You fucking don't know anything, fuck off." After saying these few words, he disappeared without a trace. He actually spurred his horse even faster to chase after Chu Yang. Her speed was even faster than before. Obviously, the Great Ice Witch was really going all out this time. The Great Poison Witch was confused. What was going on? Why did the Great Poison Witch seem to be more anxious than Lei Changtian? And why did she inform Boss Flood? How could this have anything to do with Boss Flood? There was something wrong with the Great Poison Witch's brain. Forget it, let the Great Poison Witch worry about it. I don't care. I'll take a few breaths first. Only then did the non-poisonous shaman grab the pills. Like eating beans, he kept stuffing them into his mouth, chewing them in handfuls with crunching sounds. Then, he took out some spiritual water and gulped it down his throat. I fucking give up. This thing. I was almost dragged to death by the old devil. Cough, let me say it weakly, ticket. Chapter 1043. Thinking of the 10 pillars of light that rushed up, the non-poisonous shaman was even more furious. His entire body was filled with a sense of powerlessness. That was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's handiwork. He couldn't track it at all and could only rely on his senses. And the most amazing thing was, these 10 beams of light had all landed in the most uninhabited and desolate places. In other words, no one would be able to send a message after discovering it. What's more, those places were so remote that there was no signal at all. Another problem with this kind of location was that they could only wait for the 10 kids to walk out by themselves or wait for others to find them, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Only then could they be considered to have regained contact. How many tens of thousands of years have you left this world? It's all thanks to you that you could find such a remote place. The non-poisonous witch kept complaining about Zhu Wu Zhu Rong in his heart. The first time he found Kami no Su, he realized it wasn't Suishao Duo. Lei Changtian turned and left. The non-poisonous witch had no choice but to follow. He didn't even dare to say a word to Kami no Su. He just yelled at him to get lost and then found Sha Zhe for the second time. Swoosh. 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 There was no time to catch his breath. The non-poisonous witch felt that his legs had become thin after running for a few days. Other than the West Sea, he went to all the other 8 places. Then, he finally came to this side of Heavenly Spirit Forest. The reason why this was the last stop was naturally because the beam of light in this direction was the furthest. If he came in this direction first, it would be the most time-consuming to go back and forth. It was also the least likely to come here because compared to the landing point of Kami no Su and the others in Heavenly Spirit Forest, it was almost 3 times the distance. What's more, as long as it didn't reach the Heavenly Spirit Forest, it could be said that there were many cities along the way. In other words, if it landed here, it could be said that it was the easiest to be discovered out of the 10 beams of light. Lei Changtian naturally knew this as well. After all, he had dealt with the Wu people for so many years, so he had some understanding of the geography. However, after looking in all directions and confirming that it was not Suishao Duo, the 2 of them had no choice but to rush over. A few days had passed since then. Whether it was Lei Changtian or the great shaman, they were all exhausted. Lei Changtian was in front, and he didn't care about anything else. He could only focus on rushing towards the last location. His goal was naturally the Heavenly Spirit Forest. The great icy hell witch, who was chasing after them, once again sped up and yelled, "Old devil! Old devil, let me tell you. Stop, I have something to say. It's very important." Lei Changtian had no interest in listening to the great icy hell witch's nonsense. Naturally, he turned a deaf ear to her and continued to search in front of her. His eyes were red. If he couldn't find his grandson, or if he met with misfortune, Lei Changtian felt that he would be angered to death by himself. How could there be a grandfather like you in the world? You threw your grandson into the enemy's territory, and then he disappeared, or even died prematurely. Hee. If this matter spreads out, Lei Changtian will definitely become famous again. I will become famous again after my daughter was chased away by my elder brother. I will become the laughingstock of thousands of generations. Most importantly, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to close his eyes. This was too shameful. To the point where he died with his eyes open. The great icy hell which didn't consume a lot of energy like before. She moved quickly and quickly came to Lei Changtian's side. She said anxiously, "Old devil, this matter. Don't worry, it will be fine. This place is not for you to act rashly. You have to believe me, I am on your side. We are relatives." Boom. Lei Changtian didn't allow her to explain. He hit the great icy hell witch with his palm and said in a low voice, "Shut up." The great icy hell witch grimaced. "Old devil. I'm telling you, don't be unreasonable with me. When it comes to being unreasonable, it's not your turn to be unreasonable in this world. Back then, Before her voice died away, a violent aura suddenly rose from Lei Changtian's body. It was the prelude to self-explosion. Lei Changtian's face also became ferocious. "If I really can't find him, I will take one of the great witches away. Consider it my contribution to the astral souls. How about you?" Wait. The great icy hell witch's face changed and her voice changed. She shook her head and waved her hands. "I'm scared, ha ha ha. Don't be impulsive. You are unreasonable, but you are more unreasonable than me. Don't be impulsive, okay?" As she spoke, she quickly retreated dozens of meters and said with a kind face, "I came here to accompany you to find him. You have to believe me, I am really here to help you. I won't lie. I am on your side. If I lie to you, I will be struck by lightning. I will give birth to a son without an anus. Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive." Lei Changtian looked at her suspiciously and narrowed his eyes. "You are so kind. Why should I believe you? As long as you don't be impulsive, we can talk about anything. That kid is such a big living person. How can he be lost? Since he didn't appear in the first 9 places, then he must have landed here. Isn't this a sure thing? Let's find him together. How can we not find him? Who are we?" The great icy hell witch said, "Look carefully at the woods below and see if there is a little trace." As she spoke, she pointed casually. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked. Speaking of which, it was really a coincidence that the direction that the icy deep witch casually pointed at was really the direction that Zhou Xiaoduo had rushed down. Although it had been healed by the vitality of the people, it could not be completely restored in just a few days. Therefore, there was a passage that rushed down from above. Lei Changtian's eyes lit up. "Yes, it is here." As he spoke, he glanced at the great icy hell witch. This guy's eyes were really good. He found it as soon as he arrived. "My mind is in a mess. I didn't even find such an obvious thing. Fortunately, he came." The great icy hell witch was stunned and confused. "I just pointed casually and he found it." That's good, that's good. I have shown my kindness first. At least I don't have to be used as a scapegoat." Thinking of this, a layer of cold sweat appeared on his back, and his mind calmed down a little. Then, he cursed the great witch Xu Mang in his heart. This son of a bitch is really not a good thing. I knew this guy was up to no good. Sure enough. He called me out with the soul-shaking technique, and he actually used me as a scapegoat. This old devil in front of me has obviously reached the point where he has completely lost his mind. He is like a bag of explosives that has been ignited. Whoever ran into this old man would have to follow him and explode as well. At this time, Zhu Mang, called me out and pointed casually, "Go quickly. Go to your second uncle." Then, I came here stupidly. If I didn't know that Zhuo Duo had a relationship with Boss Flood and really wanted to help, wouldn't I be in a life or death situation? I was framed so badly that I couldn't close my eyes. If I can go back alive this time, I will call my sister and my brother-in-law to kill this bastard Zhu Mang. When did he offend you? As for framing me like this, the Great Witch was so angry that his liver was swollen. I usually didn't offend you, Zhu Mang. I just made a lot of jokes. You can't take a joke that he was cursing in his heart, but he had a smile on his face. He followed Lei Chongtian and flew down. After all, Zhuo Duo had to be found no matter what. If this brat is really dead, Lei Zhongtian will probably take me along with him. I'm afraid that even Big Brother Flood will go berserk. He prayed as he searched. Little ancestor. Don't die. Even if you really want to die, wait for me to drag Zhu Mang over. After you die with me. I'm too innocent. Who did I offend? I'm really kind, full of kindness. A kind person like me. There are traces here. It had to be said that when the demon ancestor was in a mess, the Great Witch was clear-headed and acted as a guide. He was quite competent. The most important thing was that he was sincerely helping and was very careful and meticulous. In fact, the Great Witch felt that this was the most careful and meticulous thing he had ever done in his life. The two of them followed the directions where Xiao Duo had rushed in and searched all the way to Heavenly Spirit Forest. Behind them, the Great Witch, who finally caught his breath, put his attention on the demon ancestor Bing Ming. However, when he looked ahead and tried to search again, he couldn't find the direction the two of them went. Damn, where did they go? How did they disappear completely in such a short time? The Great Witch couldn't help but feel numb. Although he knew that Zhuo Duo must be at the last place and also knew the approximate landing point of Zhuo Duo, there was a forest in front of him that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles. Where could he find them in such a vast place? It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. You guys. Especially Bing Ming, why don't you think about letting out a long roar from time to time? Even scolding a few times would be good. You guys are so opportunistic when two old enemies are together. Whispering all the way. You guys haven't made a single sound for so long. You guys didn't discuss going to sleep together, did you? You should at least give me a mental wave. What the fuck is going on here? He finally got someone to help him, but it turned out to be someone with a brain full of tofu dregs. This is really making me worried sick. The Great Witch stood in the air in a daze, looking here and there. He didn't know where to go. Then, he suddenly frowned. There. Seems to be movement over there. He turned his head and listened in another direction, but it was hard to confirm. However, it was just a small sound. How could he give it up like he had discovered a new continent? He flew over with a whoosh. He flew thousands of miles away from the direction demon ancestor Bing Ming went. Finally, he heard it clearly. There seemed to be a battle over there. The non-poisonous shaman's current location was still very far from the battle site, but the battle there was really very intense. The earth-shaking fluctuations could already be felt from here. Damn, don't tell me those two are fighting. The Great Witch flew over anxiously. Chapter 1044. Isn't this the territory of the demons? Why are they fighting here? Don't get me involved. The non-poisonous shaman was speechless. Back then, this place was considered a forbidden area for the Wu people. It was said that their ancestors had some kind of agreement with the demons. Boss Flood even said that as long as the demons don't come out, we won't bother with them. Most importantly, we can't go in. This was the main rule written in the Iron Rule of the Wu people. But now that they were fighting in this forbidden area, wouldn't it be a big mess? Damn you, Bing Ming. Lei Changtian doesn't know any better. Don't you know the severity of the situation? I'd better hurry over. Whether it's troublesome or not can wait. I'll go over and see if I can persuade him. If I can't, I'll join forces with Bing Ming and beat this old thing to death. I'm going to die from running all the way that the non-poisonous shaman flew toward the demon forest with a cloud of black smoke. Zhou Xiaoduo ran all the way, swinging his hammers as he flew forward. Wherever he went, flesh and blood flew. He was invincible. He didn't use his ultimate state anymore. On one hand, maintaining that state for a long time consumed a lot of energy. On the other hand, the demons in front of him were only so-so. Using that ultimate power was like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. He just needed to get used to that state and get a general understanding of the combat power in that state. There was no need to waste it. Thirdly, there were a lot of enemies in front of him, but that was all. He could make use of them to test what he had comprehended during this period of time over and over again in the form of actual combat. During this period of time, his cultivation had progressed too fast, and there was no one to spar with him. His foundation wasn't stable. It was a good opportunity to spar with these demons. He could cram in some basic knowledge. Thousand Soul Hammer, Wind and Rain Hammer, Mountain River Hammer, Sun Moon Hammer, and Yin Yang Hammer were used one by one. Zhou Xiaoduo had no pity for the demons in front of him, and he wouldn't show them any mercy. She would be a saint if she were to show mercy to a race that she was drooling over. Furthermore, she would be a saint who had no bottom line at all. Zhou Xiaoduo felt that it was impossible for him to be that kind of bitch. Absolutely impossible. This journey was naturally filled with bloodshed. Along the way, there was no fluctuation in his heart at all. In his eyes, all living beings were monsters that devoured humans. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of guilt by killing them, he was even afraid that he would harm the common people if he didn't kill them. It was better to just kill them now. As he charged forward, the only thing he felt was that it was too easy in the beginning. There were no obstacles at all, and he just smashed his way through. After a while, the pressure lessened a little. It seemed that the other side had sent out some of their higher-level forces. However, they weren't really a hindrance. They just had to continue attacking like crazy. They were still sent flying and shattered one after another. After a while, the pressure increased again. However, it did not matter. He could still deal with it. Now, he finally felt the pressure. However, it was still okay. He could still deal with it. That was, his speed was slightly affected, and he slowed down a little. However, he still pushed forward and destroyed everything in his path. Pushing forward and attacking fiercely all the way, Zhou Xiaoduo's mood became more and more comfortable. He couldn't help but think of the legends in the novels where he took the head of a general from an army of millions. He couldn't help but feel proud. With my current cultivation, if I were to go to war in ancient times, it would be a piece of cake for me to go in and out of an army with thousands of horses. I don't even need to use horses. Isn't that better than those peerless generals? Or even more? Oh yeah. The current atmosphere was simply too much of a bully. It was simply exhilarating. It was a climax. As for the angry shouts of the demons who had just arrived, what did their shouts have to do with me? I'll just ignore them and turn a deaf ear to them. You've already said that you want to eat me. You're craving for my body. You want to swallow me whole. How can I not resist? How can I not fight back? What I'm doing is real and proper. It's the most legitimate form of self-defense no matter where I am. Everyone has already established an irreconcilable opposition. If I don't fight back, I'll be sending myself to the tiger's mouth. Let's say that I've already killed so many of you. In this situation, if I really stop, you'll only swarm me and swallow me whole. How can you reconcile with me? That's impossible. It'll be the biggest joke in the world. Since it's impossible, what's the point of talking about it? Just do it. Do it to the end. So far, Zhuo Xiaoduo had pushed forward a super long distance of 50,000 meters. Behind him, there was a long road of 50 kilometers. It was very stable and solid. It was stained with blood. Along the way, screams not only rose and fell one after another, but they were so loud that it was like a tsunami. Behind Zhuo Xiaoduo, it was completely clean. Surprisingly, no demons dared to sneak up on him from behind. On both sides, there were many demons who were still in shock. Looking at the smoke and dust in front of them, they were dumbfounded. Their legs and stomachs were cramping. Are humans really so cruel? It's completely different from what's recorded in the novels and legends. Just this bald-headed fellow has already killed tens of thousands of us. Furthermore, he's still as lively as a dragon and lively as a tiger. There's no sign of fatigue at all. Even his speed hasn't decreased in the slightest. Could it be that he can continue killing? Kill tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people. At first, the Soul Transformation Commander was sent flying. Then, the Huayun Commander was sent flying. Then, the Royal God Commander was sent flying as well. Then, the Gue Xian Commander was sent flying as well. In total, a large number of people were sent flying. Just now, the three sky-soaring commanders attacked together. Originally, everyone thought that it was enough. At least, they wouldn't be sent flying again. But who would have thought that the three sky-soaring commanders still couldn't escape the fate of being sent flying? What the fuck? This human. How can he be so cruel to such an incomprehensible extent? Is it because this human is too cruel, or is it because all humans are so cruel? There's no need for all humans to be so cruel. As long as there's a small portion of humans who are at this level, it seems like there's no way for us demons to survive. Look, that human is still rushing out. The three sky-soaring commanders working together still have no effect on him. It's meaningless. This. It's probably because our knowledge is too shallow. How could we have imagined that a battle could be so cruel? Looking at the countless demons that had already turned into minced meat on the ground, countless demons began to ponder in their hearts. Humans are so cruel. Do we still want to go out? Can we really return to our former glory? However, the higher-ups of the demon race naturally wouldn't let this go. In fact, after killing to his heart's content, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had killed to his heart's content, had already encountered enough resistance to stop him. The dozen or so devil race experts at the front joined forces and attacked together. With a loud explosion, the dozen or so devil race Skysoar realm experts were sent flying just like before. There were no exceptions. The only difference was that although these dozen or so sky-soaring realm demons were all vomiting blood, none of them had truly died. In other words, these demons were all injured, but none of them had lost their lives. And this was already an unprecedented huge improvement. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo also felt an unprecedented resistance. He was no longer unstoppable. The strength of the three demon experts was especially impressive when facing Zhuo Xiaoduo. It made Zhuo Xiaoduo feel that what he was facing was no longer a group of demons that he could kill easily, but a mountain. A mountain. A mountain. Zhuo Xiaoduo changed his move, Storm Hammer of the 8 Directions, and still managed to repel the 15 demon experts. However, his momentum had finally stopped. He had no choice but to squint his eyes and focus on the front. The originally restrained Zhu Rong True Fire seemed to have felt the influence of the battle outside. It took the initiative to circulate, as if it was eagerly waiting to be used by Duo. It was eager to go out and fight. It had been silent for too long. The previous massacre was just a drop in the ocean. It was not enough to reach the apex. Duo felt that his dantian was filled with true origin. The fire attribute's spiritual energy seemed to be about to explode at any time. He felt that he could fight his way to the 9 heavens, without stopping. It was as if there was a voice in his head that kept telling him, "Fuck. Why did you stop? Go ahead. Go ahead." If he did not have this impulse, Duo might have really continued to rush forward. However, this sudden and inexplicable impulse made Duo feel strange. He felt that something was wrong. This Zhu Rong True Fire's enthusiasm for fighting was too high. One should act according to one's ability when fighting a battle. How could he continue to be reckless? Therefore, he simply stopped. Activating the elemental flame magic, Ji Hao calmed down the agitated Zhu Rong True Fire, then secretly made up his mind that he would not use the Zhu Rong True Fire unless he could use it in the future. He would wait until he had absolute control over the fire, then he would do anything else. He was not afraid of its power being too strong. He was also not afraid of overusing it. He now had endless power. However, he was afraid that it would become a habit. If he got used to it, it would be terrible. Duo really did not expect that the Zhu Rong True Fire, which was known as the leader of all flames, would have such a wild side. This might be in line with the effect of the fire attribute absolute hypnosis technique, but it was not in line with Duo's fighting style, which was to fight steadily and surely. Zhu Rong True Fire's fighting style was to not care about his own life, nor about the lives of others. However, Duo's fighting style was to not only take the lives of others, but also his own. It sounded like they had the same meaning. However, after careful consideration, the two were not the same. Duo felt this impulse and could not help but have a vague guess. The reason why Zhu Rong had such a temper in the past was that he was influenced by this Zhu Rong True Fire. Imperceptible influence, habit becomes second nature, and naturally. If I end up like that. Duo could not help but shudder. I am still a small shrimp now. How can I be so reckless? This chapter is written a little wrong. I will think about it tonight. Should I continue this line? If it doesn't work, I will revise it. After revising it, I will tell everyone to read it again. Chapter 1045. This was Duo's mentality. When he was able to enter the Dao and become a martial artist, Duo felt gratified and elated. Finally, he could protect the people around him, and he felt that he was invincible. However, when he broke through to the martial master realm, Duo quickly positioned himself as a small shrimp in the Jianghu. And this position had not changed even until now. Yes, I'm just a small shrimp. There are countless experts in the world. I can't be impulsive, I can't act rashly, I can't cause a ruckus. I need to be safe, and I need to be safe. If it's not a sure thing, and if it doesn't involve personal safety, I won't act rashly. All the way to core nascent, soul transformation, cloud transformation, divine reigning, and mysterious returning. Duo's original intention had not changed. He firmly believed that he was a weak shrimp in his bones. At most, he was a shrimp that was stronger than other shrimps. If there was a slight disturbance, he would turn around and run. Safety first. This was the true Duo way of doing things and fighting. Human. In front of him, a demon race Skysoar realm expert spat out blood. His eyes were filled with extreme shock as he angrily said, "Why did you come to our demon race's territory and slaughter our people? Our demon race has been living in seclusion here for millions of years, and we haven't come out to the world. We haven't been tainted by any karma or hatred, and we haven't done anything to the human race. Why did you kill us so viciously? Xiao Duo impatiently said, nonsense my ass. If you didn't want to eat me and covet this daddy's body, this daddy wouldn't be interested in fighting with you guys. Do you think this daddy didn't want to treat you with respect from the start? You demons were the ones who attacked first, do you know that? This daddy isn't a sitting duck. Fuck, are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then get out of the way. This daddy is too lazy to reason with you guys. Eat you. This demon race Skysoar realm expert was shocked. Who would want to eat such a murderous star? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Coveting his body. Was this death god's body something that could be coveted so casually? He couldn't help but be filled with anger. He was angry at this human, but even more angry at his people. What kind of thing did you guys provoke? With just one word, tens of thousands of clansmen had died. Who said that? Where is he? Although he was asking, he was clear that given how vicious and merciless this human was, that demon who said that he wanted to eat him would have been killed in the first instant. At the side, a demon race Skysoar staggered to his feet. His face was as pale as paper, and 2 of the 13 eyes on his head had been destroyed. Black blood was flowing out from his eyes. He said fiercely, "Our demon race is not an unreasonable race. You only need to tell us your identity and show us your cultivation. Then, no matter how blind the demon race is, they will not deliberately make enemies and seek their own deaths. After all, there are rules for the strong. Why do we have to kill you?" Xiao Duo swung his pendulum innocently. That's right, the strong have their own rules. Aren't I just showing a little bit of my cultivation? But you guys are still unwilling to let me off. You have to believe me. I'm really just revealing a little bit of my cultivation base. It's just a small test. Looking behind Xiao Duo, at the 30 to 40,000 meters long bloody alley, the few demon race experts were so angry that their chests felt stuffy. You call this showing a little bit of your cultivation base? Just a small test. You want to slaughter tens of thousands of people just by showing a little bit of your cultivation base. If you want to start a massacre, are you going to kill every last one of the demon race? Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just tell me, do you still want to fight today or not? If you don't, I'll leave. If you want to continue, just say the word. I've always adhered to this principle. Since I've already made my move, I won't use my mouth anymore. Xiao Duo shouted. He was very clear in his heart that now that things had reached this point, there was no way he could just let this matter go. Since that was the case, he would fight until the sky and earth were turned upside down first. On the other side, the 15 demon race Skysoar realm experts had a fierce look in their eyes. Just as Xiao Duo thought, now that things had reached this point, there was no way they would just let it go. The reason why they spoke was because they were shocked by Xiao Duo's strength. They knew that if they continued to fight, even they would not be able to escape death, so they wanted to stall for time. But it was obvious that the other party was not fooled. Seeing Xiao Duo raise his hammers again, the 15 demon race experts shouted at the same time. Heavenly Demon Formation. The 15 demon race experts suddenly rotated together, and at the same time, 3 more demon race experts flew out and joined in. In an instant, the 18 demon race experts each took a side and moved in an orderly manner. What followed was a surge of demon chi that covered the sky and earth. In an instant, the area within a radius of 300 meters was covered by the demon chi. All of the devilish beings within a radius of over a kilometer were sent flying in unison, and all of them lost their footing in unison. Suddenly, a voice that sounded like the whisper of a nightmare slowly rang out. Demon ancestor above, demon god bears witness. 18 heavenly demons, step into the world once more. In the distance, a large group of demon race experts was rushing over. Coincidentally, their leader was Immerse, who had just gone to the Wan Mingxing side. Seeing this scene, he subconsciously stopped. It's the 18 heavenly demon formation. What kind of powerful enemy is attacking? Why would they need to set up a heavenly demon formation? Could it be that someone at the level of a general or higher from the Wu people is here? In the end, this was the continent that belonged to the Wu people. Naturally, they could only think of the Wu people as the first choice. It's not the Wu people, it's a human. He's using 2 hammers. That's fierce, too fierce. One of the demon race experts was still in a state of shock. As he explained the current situation, he gradually became incoherent due to the fear in his heart. Let's see. Immerse's expression was abnormally heavy. How could something like this happen at such a time? Was it a coincidence, or was it a warning from the heavens? But the 18 heavenly demon formation, which had been dormant for countless years, had reappeared. Furthermore, it was set up by 18 low-level skysoar experts. Yet, it still couldn't take down this human. Just who was this human? How could he be so strong? Xiao Duo was instantly drawn into the heavenly demon formation. His vision suddenly turned dark, and for a moment, he felt like he was going blind. He simply closed his eyes. Then, a ball of white light and a streak of black qi danced in the air. The twin hammers spun, and the wind and rain intertwined. Boom! 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 Numerous devils formed by devil qi screamed shrilly as they rushed over from all directions. Xiao Duo hammered one demon at a time. Various hammer techniques and ingenious moves were displayed one by one. One by one, he integrated them into the actual battle. He wasn't in a hurry. Ever since the appearance of the Skysoar Realm Demon, Xiao Duo knew that today was not going to end peacefully. Thus, he chose to fight steadily and surely. He practiced all of his hammer techniques in actual battle and mastered them through a comprehensive study. The Skysoar realm was definitely not the end. He had to be prepared. If he could increase his strength, then so be it. When the time came and he confirmed that he couldn't win, then it wouldn't be too late to enter the spatial extermination pagoda. At the very least, he had to test his current cultivation and strength. The twin hammers were covered in white light and black qi. The wind was so shrill that it sounded like the cries of ghosts. In the blink of an eye, several hundred moves had passed. Xiao Duo was still immersed in his comprehension. The twin hammer spun, and various ingenious moves emerged one after another. Gradually, he mastered them through a comprehensive study. On the other hand, the 18 Skysoar Realm Demon experts were drenched in sweat, unable to continue. This brat is too tough. I can't bite him, I can't bite him. His twin hammers. At least in the eyes of the 18 Skysoar Realm Demon experts, he was another the Flood Witch. They were as heavy as a mountain, and they would die if they were hit or grazed. Yet, in the hands of this brat, they were as light as a piece of grass. He was able to wield them as if they were part of his body. How deep did his cultivation have to be able to wield them so effortlessly? Up until now, he had continuously used the hammers to smash out 130 li. To think that he still had so much strength left. This was simply inconceivable. It was beyond the understanding of the demon experts. Little did they know that Xiao Duo was only practicing. The so-called lack of strength was not within Xiao's consideration. He didn't even think about it. Exhausted. I'm not afraid to tell you that I haven't used any strength yet. Not to mention that I still have many spirit herbs, limitless vitality, and the heaven-mending stone that I haven't used yet. Finally, the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation that had been pushed to the limit pushed the demonic chi to another level. Within the endless hidden demonic chi, tens of thousands of demonic chi appeared from all directions. Accompanied by twinkling starlight, they all pounced down. In the sky, a huge demonic chi image formed. The 18 Sky Demon Soul Extinguishing Formation has finally reached the limit of demonic chi. Mo Shurjo heaved a sigh of relief. At this point, no matter how strong the humans inside were, they were destined to be unable to resist the demonic chi. Because at this stage, the strength of the 18 Sky Soar Realm experts would increase by 1-fold along with the appearance of the Devil Soul. Everyone's strength would increase by 1-fold. Although they hadn't reached the point where the demonic chi would appear, at this point, it was more than enough to deal with the majority of the enemies. At this moment, following a loud roar, Zhuo Duo, who was surrounded by the demon soul extinguishing formation, roared. At this moment, Zhuo's body spun rapidly and retracted the hammers. Taking advantage of the momentum, he pointed the hammers in his left hand to the sky and his right hand to the ground. A never-before-seen demonic chi that was a mixture of water and fire suddenly appeared. As if responding to the demonic chi, the gates of hell suddenly appeared with a hum. Countless Een spirits and malicious ghosts rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. Shrieking, they rushed towards the demon soul extinguishing formation. The two hammers turned into a destructive hurricane that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Boom! The strongest attack of the 18 Sky Demon Great Formation collided head-on with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Zhuo Duo habitually swung the 99 hammers in a row. The water tank-sized hammers were swung so hard that not even a drop of water could escape. At this moment, Zhuo Duo was like a demon that had suddenly descended into the world. Chapter 1046. Boom boom boom. A series of blood-curdling screams sounded. The 18 flying demons were all sent flying at the same time, spitting out blood. Some of them even began to spit out their crushed organs in midair. There were also 2 who had just flown out. Their bodies were already torn apart in a strange manner in midair because they could not bear the weight. They disintegrated and scattered in all directions. Clang! Zhuo Duo landed on the ground, and his 2 hammers collided with a crisp sound. His aura suddenly soared, and he laughed maniacally. Who else? Who else? Come up and accept your death. Zhuo Duo let out a wild laugh. Without saying anything, he strode forward with his twin hammers. His aura was ferocious, and his aura was monstrous. For a moment, his aura was unparalleled, and he exuded an aura of invincibility. In front of him, hundreds of demon tribe elites were intimidated by his aura, and they all involuntarily took a step back. Zhuo Duo resolutely strode forward with his long legs. On each side of him was a hammer the size of a water tank, reflecting the shiny bald head in the middle. It was like a third hammer, similarly sparkling, just that it was smaller. As he walked, he felt that it was a pity. There were so many demons here, and they were all my providence points. However, now was not the time. If there were fewer enemies, he would have an easier time. With a plan in mind, he would definitely be able to obtain more providence points. However, under the current circumstances he was surrounded by the entire demon tribe, and if he still wanted to stall for time, he would die of exhaustion even if he reached the Tao integration stage. Every time I kill someone, there will always be people who will question me. I don't know. Therefore, every time something like this happens, I can add these words and the words in brackets. After all, I have to clear up their doubts. I have to say, I'm quite familiar with these words. I'm just waiting for the comments to say, why don't you know? Therefore, I'll copy the next chapter. Ha 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 ha. Swa Xiao Duo roared into the sky. Why don't you go out and ask around? Who am I? Who dares to provoke me, Swa Xiao Duo, in the 3 continents? Astral souls don't dare, and neither do the Dao tribe. The Wu people especially don't dare. Swa Xiao Duo laughed wildly. Remember my name, I am Swa Xiao Duo. Left means left, half of the sky is my left. Small, that's right. How could I find this piece of sky small? A lot means a lot of people who aren't afraid of a lot of people. Got it. Swa Xiao Duo shouted like a thunderclap. Many of the demons with average cultivation bases in the surroundings were actually shaken to the point that their ears were buzzing. They almost went deaf, and a few of them even fell to the ground. There was another guy whose mind was taken away, but he actually responded instinctively, got it. She immediately came back to her senses. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She instinctively covered her face. Opposite. Mo Shizhou snorted and strode forward. How impressive, he said coolly. Swa Xiao Duo narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Suddenly, he asked, You're Mo Shizhou? Mo Shizhou was stunned. How do you know me? I knew your name the moment you walked out. Swa Xiao Duo pointed his hammer at the sky and said, I can communicate with the heavenly Tao, and it's easy for me to see through heaven and earth. What's the point of knowing your name? Mo Shizhou's brain wasn't very good to begin with, so he was shocked. What? You can communicate with the heavenly Tao? See through heaven and earth? That's right. Swa Xiao Duo said coldly, Mo Shizhou, you demons are at a critical juncture, and you're worried about your future. Why do you have to provoke a powerful enemy like me at this time? You're making an unparalleled enemy for no reason. You're so stupid. Mo Shizhou was even more shocked. Ha! He knew about this critical juncture and his future. This Swa Xiao Duo stepped forward, staring into Mo Shizhou's eyes. I think you won't be able to escape the fate of being killed by your boss this time. Mo Shizhou couldn't help but take a step back and look into the depths of the forest. You. How do you know us so well? Swa Xiao Duo moved his divine sense, and Bai ran into his left eye and Zhou into his right eye. Suddenly, the 2 eyes were black and white. It was so strange that Mo Shizhou's eyes widened in shock. Fuck. These eyes, that's so scary. Swa Xiao Duo stepped forward and looked at Mo Shizhou with his black and white eyes. The heavenly Tao is above. Heaven and earth can see through heaven and earth. What do I not know? Mo Shizhou's mind was a mess. The demons who died at my hands. We're all destined to face this calamity. Swa Xiao Duo said indifferently. Today, I've come to eliminate your calamity out of goodwill. How dare you be rude to me, Mo Shizhou? Mo Shizhou's mind was completely muddled. Eliminate calamity. Goodwill. That's right. Eliminate calamity. It's goodwill. Swa Xiao Duo shouted, Mo Shizhou. Here. Mo Shizhou was famous for his lack of brain. He had been ordered around by his bosses countless times, so when he heard his name being shouted, he instinctively responded. Get out of the way. Yes. Get out of the way. Mo Shizhou immediately stood aside. Swa Xiao Duo strode past him, his black and white eyes looking straight ahead. It wasn't until Swa Xiao Duo had walked a few dozen steps away that Mo Shizhou suddenly felt that something was wrong. He scratched his head and suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a whoosh, he took out his mace. Who are you? I am the heavenly Tao. Swa Xiao Duo didn't finish his sentence. Suddenly, a furious voice came from the depths of the forest. "Mo Shurjo! You idiot!" Mo Shurjo looked in the direction of the voice, confused. He tightened his grip on his mace and said hesitantly, "This. Can he really communicate with the heavenly Tao and lure you out?" "Bullshit. Communicate with the heavenly Tao my ass." The voice was so angry that it was about to vomit blood. "Stop him. Take him down." There was a whistling sound. Obviously, a large number of demon experts were rushing over. Hearing this, Mo Shurjo shivered and roared, "Stop right there. Stop. How could Zhou Xiaoduo possibly stop?" As soon as he walked past Mo Shurjo, he immediately moved at his highest speed, using the Tianyuan escape technique. He rushed out thousands of feet like a bolt of lightning and continued to accelerate. How could Mo Shurjo not know that he had fallen into a trap? He was so angry that smoke rose from his head. He chased after him. Despicable and shameless. "Stop right there. You. How do you know my name?" Demonic clouds surged ahead. An angry voice cursed, "Trash." It was obviously not cursing Zhou Xiaoduo. Then an earth-shattering boom came from the front. The Thousand Souls nightmare hammer that Zhou Xiaoduo had mustered all his strength collided with the devil in front of him. Boom! The space shattered, and the shock waves were clear and obvious. The demon race expert on the opposite side let out a muffled groan and took 3 steps back. Zhou Xiaoduo also grunted and staggered back more than 10 steps. He was shocked. It was obvious that the other party was a Skysoar realm expert. That kind of power was too obvious. However, he was different from the Skysoar realm experts of the demon race. The previous 18 were all sent flying by Zhou Xiaoduo alone. But this one was much stronger. He should be an advanced Skysoar realm expert, or at the peak. Zhou Xiaoduo was a little depressed and quickly came to a conclusion. No wonder when Sister Nian asked the 9 Heavens Pavilion for advice, they said that Skysoars were different from Skysoars. The difference was too big. An expert of this level was indeed extraordinary. As soon as they exchanged blows, Zhou Xiaoduo's unstoppable momentum was forcibly stopped. Although Zhou Xiaoduo suffered a setback for the first time, he didn't panic. While retreating, he took advantage of the opportunity to create a big whirlwind. The 2 hammers spun around twice with a strange roar, and the 20 or so demons who wanted to take advantage of the situation were beaten into a dazzling firework. The power of a mountain. At that moment, he truly felt that there was a complete and deep mountain in front of him. Even if he used all his strength to hammer, he could not shake it. The other party blocked it head-on. A gigantic mace collided violently with the 99 cat hammer. It could be said that this was the most extreme collision between heavy weapons. Thousands of sparks flew in all directions. It was a ghastly sight. Although Zhou Xiaoduo was not injured, his heart still trembled. That imposing aura that was like a majestic mountain just now almost made him feel depressed. Power, so this is power. When he swung his hammer at the other party, he felt like he was swinging his hammer at a mountain. This kind of feeling. When an ordinary person faced a mountain and wanted to destroy it, they would only feel depressed and powerless. Fortunately, when Zhou Xiaoduo felt this way, he had already swung his hammer with all his might. Moreover, this hammer strike was quite effective. It smashed the other party back. After he heaved a sigh of relief, he felt that this was all there was to it. This completely dispelled the depression and powerlessness in his heart. If the other party really stood there like a mountain and took this hammer strike, it would be a huge blow to the confidence that Zhou Xiaoduo had just built up. However, the other party could not do it. Fortunately, he could not do it. Zhou Xiaoduo subconsciously took a deep breath. After all, it was only now that he truly felt the terror of a Skysoar expert. Previously, when he fought against the 18 Skysoars, Swaxiao Duo even had a feeling that he could already fight against a Dao integration stage expert. However, the sudden appearance of this Skysoar demon mercilessly shattered Swaxiao's fantasy. Powerful. Swaxiao Duo became even more cautious. When he was at the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the Origin Core realm, he could already fight against a soul transformation stage expert. When he reached the soul transformation stage, he could fight against a nascent soul transformation stage expert. Now that he had reached the nascent soul transformation stage expert, he could still win against the 18 Skysoars. With his current strength, how could he feel fear before even fighting a Skysoar realm expert? How could it be normal for him to feel that he might not be a match for the Skysoar realm expert? The Skysoar demon expert opposite him had a huge body and a huge mace in his hand. At this moment, it was still buzzing and trembling. His hand was trembling slightly and the corner of his eyes kept twitching. His heart was shocked to the extreme. This little brat opposite him had such great strength. Chapter 1047. The demon race expert was shocked. He had been known as the strongest demon for many years. Ever since he reached the Sky Realm, his strength had become even stronger. He never thought that he would meet this brat today. He almost couldn't stop the other party's hammer. His mace that he didn't need to look to know that the mace that had been with him for countless years had already been broken. One hammer. He looked calm on the surface, but he was cursing in his heart. What is the background of this bald human brat? The mace's spirit wailed in pain. It was a kind of pleading. Don't hit me anymore. If you hit me again, I will become useless. That hammer is eating me. It has already eaten me several times. The demon Skysoar realm expert took a deep breath and put away his spiked club, then shouted, "You're called Swaxiao Duo?" Swaxiao Duo is me. I am Swaxiao Duo. Swaxiao Duo took a deep breath and changed his cultivation technique. He turned the ordinary spiritual energy into the power of the Flaming Sun Sutra. The second layer of the Flaming Sun Sutra caused the attributes of the red sun and the golden sun to surge in his body. In an instant, it was as if a small sun had risen in the demon forest. Swaxiao's bald head emitted a myriad of rays of light, illuminating the darkness. Especially in this dark forest of the demon race, Swaxiao's current appearance had a bit of the majesty and magnificence of a Buddha descending to the world. When the Buddha descends to the world, the demons will flee. The scene in front of him changed. The demon expert couldn't help but recall that there seemed to be such a record in an ancient legend that it seemed to be a very powerful one. What was that? His eyes couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. You are from the Western sect. Swaxiao's expression was unchanged, but his heart was startled. Western sect. Then, he thought of his bald head and immediately understood. He put his palms together and shouted, Amitabha. I didn't expect that there would be someone on this continent who knows about the prestige of the Western sect. Benefactor, you are fated to be with my sect. Benefactor, you're right. I'm the second eldest disciple of the Western sect's great sect master. People call me Duo Rolai. Swaxiao's body glowed even more brightly. His appearance was solemn, and when paired with his already outstanding appearance, he was radiant and dazzling. He was indescribably pure and benevolent. My Buddha is merciful. Amitabha, Amitabha. Swaxiao Duo said kindly. The other party looked at this fellow's solemn appearance and listened to his merciful slogan. It was pleasing to the eye and pleasing to the eye. However, when he looked at the 100 li of blood flowing behind this fellow, his eyebrows couldn't help but twitch. Mercy. You are really too merciful. What did he say just now? He said that the benefactor has an affinity with our sect. Why does this sound so familiar? Oh my God, could it be one of the 3 famous sentences in the legendary novel? Could it be that? Could it be that I've already been tricked? High in the sky. The poisonous shaman, who had been watching for some time, was almost laughing out loud. He had also just arrived, but he had personally witnessed the clash between Zhuoxiao Duo and the demon race's flying heavens. Seeing this scene, the poisonous shaman almost screamed out in surprise. Is this Zhuoxiao Duo? After all, just a few days ago, Zhuoxiao Duo was still being chased by a group of profound returning cultivators from the Wu people. The poisonous shaman thought that he knew the depth of Zhuoxiao Duo's strength very well. This child was indeed extraordinary. He could control his spirit to fight against profound returning cultivators, and could even defeat most profound returning cultivators. However, it was still difficult for him to fight against the burning body order's consecutive explosions. If it weren't for the accidental opening of Zhu Rong's land of inheritance, this child would most likely have died. But now, it seemed that the current Zhuoxiao Duo could actually fight against a flying heavens head-on. And he was even an advanced flying heavens cultivator? Was this a fucking joke? How many days had it been? However, what surprised the poisonous shaman the most was the 2 sledgehammers in a certain someone's hands. Why did they look more and more familiar? Why did they look more and more like Boss Flood sledgehammers? But that didn't make sense. This kid's sledgehammers were different from the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer in terms of size and shape. How could they look similar? This didn't make sense. After all, he had arrived a little late and didn't see Zhuoxiao Duo use the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. Otherwise, with the poisonous shaman's eyesight, he would have recognized it at a glance. The reason why he found it familiar was that a grand shaman had long reached the realm of combining body, mind, and soul. When he observed things, he would always intentionally or unintentionally add the mind's eye. If he were to observe purely with his soul and mind's eye, what the 9x9 cat hammer displayed now was an illusion of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer. It would be strange if it didn't look like it. However, in the end, the poisonous shaman was truly shocked by Zhuoxiao Duo's combat strength. The poisonous shaman could see that Zhuoxiao Duo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. If he was only fighting against an ordinary flying heavens cultivator, the poisonous shaman wouldn't be surprised at all. Zhuoxiao Duo was a genius and had the ability to fight against those above his level. There was nothing much to say. But now, Zhuoxiao Duo was facing an advanced flying heavens cultivator, a genuine flying heavens cultivator of the demon clan. Moreover, it was an advanced flying heavens cultivator with a deep foundation. This was a little ridiculous. Why could Zhuoxiao Duo improve so much in such a short period of time? The poisonous shaman had followed Lei Changtian almost all the way here and had seen the cultivation progress of Kami no Su, Shadiao, and the others. Although these elite disciples of the Wu people who entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance had all gained benefits because of this experience, there weren't any immediate effects. In other words, they hadn't had the time to absorb the benefits of Zhu Wu's inheritance. However, Zhuoxiao Duo, who had also entered Zhu Wu's land of inheritance, had made such astonishing progress. How could the poisonous shaman not be shocked? The poisonous shaman's expression changed at once. Doesn't this mean that Zhuoxiao Duo is the one who truly obtained Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance? Zhu Wu's inheritance was obtained by a human brat. The poisonous shaman only felt like he was being cursed. What was going on? Next, no matter how Zhuoxiao Duo pretended to be mysterious, the other party's mind was clear. It didn't matter if he was a human or a member of the Western clan. No matter what his identity was, it was a fact that he had killed a lot of demons. This monstrous blood debt couldn't be written off just like that. However, the demon race's Skysoar realm expert was too proud of his status and was unwilling to attack Shuo Duo together with the others. He merely took out 2 new spiked maces and started another battle with Shuo Duo. It was imperative for them to fight each other. However, he refused to take out his life-bound weapon, the spiked mace, no matter what he said. Seeing that the battle was about to start again, Shuo Duo spun on his toes and pointed one hammer to the sky and the other to the ground. He took a stance and used his trump card. 1,000 Soul Hammer. Yes, it was the 1,000 Soul Hammer. Shuo Duo only knew that this hammer technique was called 1,000 Soul Hammer, but he didn't know that its real name was 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammer. Seeing this scene, the non-poisonous shaman who was high in the sky almost fell from the sky. Although it was just a starting stance, it would be strange if the poisonous shaman didn't recognize this hammer technique. 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammer. It's actually boss's 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammer. How? The poisonous shaman exclaimed in his heart and groaned. He only felt that his eyes were dazzled. What's going on? What's going on? How does this Shuo Duo know boss's unique hammer technique? Even the Umno Alliance doesn't have a successor. How can it appear on a human from the astral souls? The poisonous shaman's mind was in chaos. He felt dizzy and felt that he was dreaming. Below, Shuo Duo roared and attacked with all his strength. The Flaming Sun Sutra's Red Sun Golden Sun power suddenly exploded. Within 500 feet, the high temperature that could melt gold and iron wreaked havoc. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The raging fire burned fiercely in the dense forest. The surrounding trees were instantly burned into huge candles that burned in the sky. It lit up the surrounding 100 li, brightly illuminating everything. Inside the raging fire, Shuo Duo unleashed the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer with all his might. With the power of the Red Sun Golden Sun physique, the hammer was like lava that surged out and wreaked havoc in the heavens and earth. The demon race's Skysoar realm expert had a bitter expression as if he had eaten shit. His cultivation level was higher than Shuo Duo's by more than 1 level. Even in terms of strength, he was superior to Shuo Duo. There was no doubt about this, it was a solid fact. But this was without considering Shuo Duo's cultivation technique. The tyrannical power of the Flaming Sun Sutra's Red Sun Golden Sun power made this demon race expert extremely uncomfortable. Trapped in such a scorching aura, even breathing felt like it was burning all the way to his internal organs. In such a situation, he had to fight with all his strength. This feeling was indescribable. Shuo Duo didn't care. This was his aura. In such an environment, he was like a fish in water. The more he fought, the more powerful he became. In contrast, the more he fought, the more stifled he felt. The more he fought, the more difficult it was for him to continue. Boom boom boom. After a series of exchanges, this Skysoar realm expert really wanted to curse out loud. What the fuck was that pair of hammers made of? How could they be so sturdy? He had already swapped out over 30 super heavy spiked maces. His opponent's hammers were not damaged in the slightest after such a fierce clash. In contrast, his spiked maces had basically been reduced to scrap metal. Even if he sold them to a junkyard, they would still be dissatisfied. Boom boom boom. After more than 700 rounds of almost uninterrupted bombardment. Gotcha. The final 2 spiked maces in the hands of the demon race's Skysoar realm experts didn't escape the fate of the seniors. They were all reduced to scrap metal and scattered in several directions. This Dao integration stage expert retreated with a loud thud. His entire body and face were flushed red. Chapter 1048. Pooh! The demon spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with indescribable shock. In the past, he had prepared more than 100 huge and heavy spiked maces in his spatial item, and he had been ridiculed by many demons. Weapons were only meant to be compatible. Which high-level cultivator who had entered the Tao would not find a suitable weapon and become one with it, sharing weal and woe? If the weapon exists, the person will exist. If the weapon is destroyed, the person will die. Why did you bring out more than 100 similar weapons to serve as a foil? Don't you know that the weapons of the strong only need to be unique and not a foil? Idiot! The idiot demon was filled with regret at this moment. So what if he was called an idiot? If he could have stood firm and prepared a few hundred more, he would not be like this now, hiding 100 weapons and wanting to use them but lacking them. Other than his natal divine weapon, which did not dare to come out, he had nothing else. In this series of attacks, he did not fall into a disadvantage in terms of strength, and his cultivation was still far superior to his opponent. However, why did he feel like he was about to be roasted? Furthermore, it was the kind of roasted meat that was cooked from the inside out. What are you all looking at? This demon expert retreated a little far, retreating more than 500 meters in an instant. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and shouted, "Demons, let's attack together. Join hands and take him down." After a series of fierce attacks, he was finally injured. It was not because he was lacking in strength, but because he had used up his demon yuan to increase his weapon's resistance. Otherwise, he would not have been able to last 700 times before his weapon was exhausted. Unfortunately, before this demon could finish his sentence, he saw 2 large hammers in front of him. "What are you shouting for? Continue." Zhou Xiaoduo roared, "I'm having fun, don't run." The demon race flying heavens let out a strange cry and instinctively dodged. Zhou Xiaoduo's blazing fire energy did not chase after him, but instead flashed past him. In the blink of an eye, he was already 1,000 meters away. Fuck, he's running again. Chase! Those in front, stop him. Stop him. The demonic palace is in front. The bosses are in seclusion inside, we cannot disturb them. Stop him. Quickly stop him. Following this order, a loud boom rang out, and demons rushed in from all directions. Zhou Xiaoduo didn't even look back. His twin hammers moved forward at the fastest speed he could muster, drilling straight into the cave. Bang! 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 Everywhere it passed, it was a scene of people being thrown off their feet, severed limbs, and flesh, and it was like a surging river of blood. The non-poisonous shaman in the sky hadn't come back to his senses yet. Her eyes were full of circles and her heart was filled with confusion. She felt like she was going to court. What's going on? The technique of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer couldn't fool anyone. There was also the method of activating the hammer technique, which was not a lie. Almost everyone knew that the Flood Witch was a direct descendant of Gong Gong, the water magus. However, very few people knew that in order to release the ultimate power of the 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammer, one had to have the same origin as water and fire. If he didn't have the explosive power of the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, he wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. The soft water power could, after accumulating for a period of time, erupt with a tyrannical power that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it would only last for a moment. Most of the time, it would just be a torrential flow. It wouldn't be able to unleash the explosive power of a fire attribute cultivation body instantly, which could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Only when water and fire came from the same origin, could they boost each other and work together to unleash the full power of the 1,000 Soul Nightmare Hammer. As for Zhou Xiaoduo's 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, it was obvious that he had already reached the next level, or even to the point of perfection. Even if he were to compare himself with the Flood Boss, he would only be weaker in terms of cultivation level and strength. In terms of skills, not only would he be on par with the Flood Boss, he would even surpass the Flood Boss. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? The non-poisonous shaman felt very confused and aggrieved. Boss found a descendant outside, but he didn't tell me. When Bing Ming heard that this kid was in danger, his attitude started to change. Could it be that he knew? Fuck, even Bing Ming knew, but I didn't. This is ridiculous. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo break out of the encirclement, the non-poisonous shaman instinctively followed him. At this moment, he was still in a daze. Although Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation had broken through and he was more powerful than before, no matter how powerful he was, he still couldn't be a match for so many demons. This was certain, without a doubt. It was precisely because he understood this that the non-poisonous shaman was confused. Why was this kid fighting so hard and not retreating? You're just pretending to be powerful, not really. If you continue to act like this, you'll be beaten to death sooner or later. Then you'll be pretending to be stupid, pretending to be dead. But after thinking about it, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Xiaoduo was now in the center of the demon spirit forest. Whether he rushed forward or retreated, it was actually equally difficult. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was in a dilemma. Enough blood had been spilled here. Seeing the bloody road Zhou Xiaoduo had smashed open, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but gasp. It was a spacious 8-lane road, and it was unusually smooth. On the ground, even the tree fragments and the demon's flesh and blood were evenly spaced. How savage! The non-poisonous shaman praised sincerely. He's even more savage than Boss when he was young. No, he's much more savage. He's almost like me. Well, Zhu Wu of the Umno Alliance. When it came to the person who had the most blood under his hands, it wasn't the Flood Witch, who was universally recognized as the invincible Flood Witch. Instead, it was the non-poisonous shaman whose killing power was so shocking that even his own people were afraid of him. Oh, so the non-poisonous shaman's popularity was the worst among the top powerhouses in the world. Even the shamans in the Umno Alliance didn't like him. Intimacy was one thing, brotherhood was another, but when you're free, you'd better stay by yourself. Seeing that Zhou Xiaoduo had finally broken out of the encirclement and was about to be caught, the non-poisonous shaman couldn't help but have an impulse to help. Although he was a human, this kid was definitely related to Boss. Since he was related to Boss, he couldn't die. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoduo, who was still running wildly in front, suddenly took something out of his ring and sprayed it behind him. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew and attacked the demons behind him. Zhou Xiaoduo's body quickly disappeared like a meteor. This series of unforeseen events was unexpected, and Zhou Xiaoduo, who had sped up again, seemed to be risking his life. Then, the demons behind him suddenly let out earth-shattering screams that reverberated incessantly. Seeing this, the non-poisonous shaman's eyeballs almost fell out. Damn! 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 What the fuck? The hundreds of demons that had been following behind him were all rotting, and as the wind blew past, they all scattered with the wind. In a short while, the number of devils chasing after Zhou Xiaoduo had decreased by half. This was not the end. Further away, many demons with higher cultivation were also not spared. Their bodies also rotted. Poison. Absolute poison. That demon expert roared. It's useless to force the poison out. Raise the demon wind. Get rid of all the air in this area. As the demon wind blew, countless trees in the surroundings followed in the footsteps of the demons. They rotted, decayed, and turned into fine powder. Many demons were still standing after half of their bodies had melted. From the waist up, they were completely melted, but their legs were still standing. Then, the speed of their melting became slower and slower. The non-poisonous shaman looked from high up in the sky. When he finally caught his breath, he choked on the wind. Cough, 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 cough. The non-poisonous shaman, as a great shaman, almost coughed out tears. This is the strange poison that I made. After I made this thing, it was confiscated by Boss Flood before I even used it. Since it appeared in this kid's hands, Boss must have given it to him. At that time, Big Brother Hong Shui said it so nicely. He was afraid that I would bring harm to the world, so he ordered me not to use it. Is it reasonable for this kid to go on a killing spree and bring harm to the demons? When he uses it, you don't care about it, but when I use it, you throw the world into chaos. This is unfair treatment. This is unfair treatment. Boss Flood, you've changed. What's your stance? The non-poisonous shaman was extremely indignant. He felt that he had been treated unfairly, and he felt extremely wronged. Because what he saw in front of him was simply heart-wrenching. Thinking back to that day, Boss Flood's face was sanctimonious, and his words were sonorous. He said that this thing was harmful to the harmony of the heavens and must be banned. He only made a little of it, and all of it was confiscated by you. To think that I admired your foresight and your concern for the common people. I was very touched for many years. So the reality in front of him was the truth. You fucking took my things as a gift. And you even gave them to Zhuo Changchang's son. This was simply an act of helping the enemy while living off him. When I go back this time and see you, I will definitely. The non-poisonous shaman thought indignantly. I will definitely not say anything. I won't dare to say anything. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to flee. The enemies in front of him maintained their momentum, and whenever the pursuers behind him closed in, he would take out the earth hair dryer and blow it out like a weasel being chased. Faced with this situation, the experts of the demon race were fuming with anger, but there was nothing they could do. This guy was simply too slippery. He was extremely fast, agile, and had extremely tyrannical combat strength. Even an ordinary Skysoar realm expert could be killed in an instant if they were to face him head-on. Several high-level Skysoar realm experts had joined forces to surround this kid, wanting to capture him in one fell swoop. However, when they actually tried, they realized that they couldn't do it. Furthermore, through the joint encirclement of many Skysoar realm experts, they discovered another terrifying aspect of this kid, which was his miraculous recovery speed. His combat strength was always at peak condition. This was fucking weird. Chapter 1049. To be honest, although Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle prowess was strong, the demons didn't really put him in their eyes. As a human, there would always be times when one would feel tired. Were they not afraid that they wouldn't be able to exhaust him to death? However, Zhuo Xiaoduo's astonishing recovery ability and his ability to maintain his peak battle prowess was like a never-ending engine that gave the demons a headache. It was also the most frustrating part. Just like a 100-meter dash, an ordinary person would only be able to maintain it for a few seconds. However, this freak could maintain it for a few hours, and from the looks of it, he could even continue for a day, 2 days. There was no end to it. This made them feel helpless. Since they couldn't kill him in one fell swoop, they could only choose to change their strategy. After all, capturing him or not wasn't the main point right now. Making sure that Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't barge into the key areas and disturb the Elder's seclusion became the most important thing right now. However, how smart was Zhuo Xiaoduo? Looking at the situation, he felt that something was wrong. Or rather, something was very wrong. After a series of fierce battles, it was already confirmed that the demons had at least 5 high-level Sky Realm experts, which was more than enough to complete the encirclement. However, why did they leave one side empty, while leaving the other side open for 3 people to defend together? This was clearly a deliberate move to let me escape from this side of the encirclement, forcing me to a certain direction, a certain area, and then leisurely deal with me. This kind of strategy was really too inferior. The demons were indeed brainless. How could I, the wise and mighty hero Zwa, let your treacherous plan succeed? Then, what was the most direct way to break this move? It was very simple. Since you placed 3 people in a tight formation, then the direction of these 3 people must be the one where you least want me to go. This was really too obvious. There was no need to waste his brain to guess. Thinking about it, that direction was definitely disadvantageous to them, or at least, it would cause some kind of damage. At the very least, it would be disadvantageous for them to capture me. This kind of scheme was really too childish. These demons were indeed all brawn and no brains. They still wanted to scheme against me. Wishful thinking. Having made up his mind, Zwa Duo naturally became more and more steady. Once he found an opportunity, he would activate the Scarlet Sun and Golden Sun with all his might, coupled with the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, and fight with all his might. Ew. If you don't let me come over, then I will go over. Stop him. A few of the demon race's high-leveled cultivators did not have to worry about this. They desperately tried to resist. Even though they were being hammered by Zwa Duo until they vomited blood, they still held their positions. This made Zwa Duo even more certain of his thoughts. This was indeed where their weakness lay. Zwa Duo, who thought that he had succeeded in his plan, became more and more motivated. His desire to go there became more and more urgent, and he continued to put his plan into action. Rush over. He had to rush over. When they arrived, Zwa Duo used the most ferocious and extreme stance to break through the blockade of the demon experts. Although he also spat out a mouthful of blood as the price, he still laughed heartily and charged through in high spirits. After breaking through the high-level cultivators of the demon horde's defensive line and moving forward, what entered their eyes was another protective shield that sealed everything inside. The past was the boundless sea and sky. Ew. Zwa Duo roared loudly and directly hammered fiercely. Immediately, an explosive sound like the Haugian golden thunder was heard. The protective shield could not bear the heavy burden and was instantly destroyed. Inside, it was like the center of an atomic bomb had exploded, flying in all directions. There were also a few furious voices. Who is it? How dare you? As soon as these voices came, Zwa Duo only felt his eardrums rumbling and his mind surging. The other party was just speaking and did not deliberately target Zwa Duo, but Zwa Duo already felt that he was going to faint from the roar. Damn, this is not good. Zwa Duo hurriedly swallowed back the wild laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. He directly turned his head and plunged into the space-exterminating pagoda. His heart was thumping wildly. What the hell did I risk my life to rush for half a day, calculated thousands of times, and finally broke into the territory of the other party's big shots? I wanted to break out of the encirclement, but I broke into the main tent of the other party. How could I, Zwa Duo, do this? This is fucking luck. Mamma mia, this is too scary. Escape, I must escape as soon as possible. Hero Zwa, who was arrogant and full of mettle a second ago and thought that he was invincible in the world, had already slipped away with his tail between his legs. He did not even dare to say goodbye. In the sky. The poisonous witch, who had just had the impulse to rush down and save Zwa Duo and was about to take action, was dazzled. She could not find Zwa Duo anymore. He was surprised that this kid could actually escape from his perception in an instant. This was very unscientific, and he was also stunned. Then, he didn't know whether to praise or scold, but he said, "Damn, this kid really knows how to adapt to the situation. It's not in vain that Boss Hong Dolly likes him so much." Below, a copious amount of black gas instantly filled the air. The central area, which was originally covered, was completely revealed. It seemed to be the outer side of a huge castle. Demonic chi rose and went back and forth in a cycle. A figure flew into the air with an angry face. His huge divine sense suddenly spread out and covered a radius of dozens of miles. In the blink of an eye, Pang Rant's divine sense had already searched the entire castle, inside and out, but found nothing. Pang Ran did not stop and continued to spread his divine sense outwards. After a long, long time, the powerful demon who could not find anything finally stopped. He stood about 30 meters above the ground with his hands behind his back. His hawk-like eyes looked at Emo Shirjo and the others who were rushing in. He frowned and said, "Tell me, what happened?" Emo Shirjo, who had rushed over from behind, coughed and did not dare to raise his head. He replied, "Boss, this." "Yes, a human spy came in. He is very powerful and cruel. We couldn't stop him. Please forgive us, boss." The demon in the sky frowned and said, "A human. Tyrannical battle prowess and cruel attacks. You couldn't stop him." He said thoughtfully, "There are at least 10 high-level skysoars in the vicinity of the demon god castle. In recent days, they have all been called back. They are all outside the castle, waiting for a meeting. There are also 72 ordinary skysoars. All of them are on the list. So many people, but they couldn't stop a single intruder. Could it be that a heavenly king of the Wu people or above is here? No, the intruder is a human from the astral souls." Mo Shirjo's face was sweating. Cough, cough. It's a young man. He seems to be bald. A young man. A human. The demon in the sky thought for a moment, then said, "Where is he?" "This. He rushed into the castle. But after destroying the outer barrier, Mo Shirjo stammered, "He disappeared. He disappeared." This time, the demon in the air was really frowning. He quickly summarized Mo Shirjo's words and came up with a conclusion. So many people couldn't stop him and rushed in. Then, he disappeared the moment he broke through the protective shield. That means he's hiding somewhere. That means he's most likely in the castle. He hasn't left yet. Mo Shirjo nodded his head like he was pounding garlic. "Boss, you're a genius." The demon frowned for a long time, then looked at Mo Shirjo. Your aura didn't fluctuate at all. Everyone else was injured, their vital energy was depleted, and their devil souls were in turmoil. You, the leader of the astral souls, didn't do anything. Mo Shirjo was tongue-tied. What happened?" The demon's voice grew heavier. The intruder said he represented the heavenly Tao. Could tell my name at a glance. And then he said my name. And gave me a lot of clues. Mo Shirjo was sweating profusely. He was bald. He reminded me of the Western tribe. Then, I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but he said he was the second disciple of the Western sect, Duadu Tathagata. He also said I had a destiny with his sect. It's that legend. It's not that I didn't want to fight. But he what? He walked past me. I was still thinking about destiny. Mo Shirjo was sweating profusely, but the more he panicked, the more he couldn't speak. The leader of the demons looked at Mo Shirjo for a while, then sighed. 19, your IQ isn't good enough to be a commander. Your cultivation base is far superior to your peers, but from now on, you should be a general. Mo Shirjo stared blankly. Boss, are you going to dismiss me? Suddenly, He became anxious. Boss, I've worked so hard for so many years, and I've only been promoted to commander this year. Many of those who were in the same batch as me are now generals, and I'm just a commander. I don't want to be dismissed. Even as he spoke, he turned his head away and threw a tantrum. Humph. The leader snorted, his face expressionless. If it weren't for the fact that Elder One needed an idiot to be scolded, you wouldn't have been promoted to commander. Now that you've been scolded, it's time to dismiss you. From now on, you're a general. Boss, please don't. Mo Sergio's face was covered in tears and snot. I just had a promotion banquet, and it hasn't even been a few days. Boss, the taste of alcohol is still in my throat, and I'm being dismissed. I'm so embarrassed, boss. Under the threat of losing his position, Mo Sergio completely forgot his usual fear of his boss. His mouth, which had always been a little stuttering, became fluent. There's no room for discussion. The leader said sternly. You're guarding the clan, but someone broke into the inner city, and you didn't even do anything. This is already a heinous crime, and should be punishable by death. I'm already giving you special treatment by demoting you to a general. Seeing that Mo Sergio was about to speak, he growled, Shut up. Mo Sergio was on the verge of tears. He pursed his lips, lowered his head, and trembled a little. Search the entire city. The leader ordered. All clansmen under the Skysoar realm are not to act rashly. All clansmen above the Skysoar realm are to activate their demonic souls and search the area within a 500-mile radius. We must find the intruder. In the distance, an old voice came from the great hall shrouded in demonic energy. Demon robe, quickly settle down. Then come in and activate your demonic souls. At the end of the sentence, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He looked up and shouted, Who's up there? Chapter 1050. The great elder of the demon race looked at the sky, his expression becoming cautious and alert. Which fellow Taoist has come to the demon race? Please come down and meet us. A sinister laugh came from above. A black fog dispersed, and a thin figure appeared in the sky. It was the poisonous great shaman. He had just appeared, but he had an indescribable aura that made people feel uncomfortable just by looking at him. He laughed sinisterly and said, The witch tribe doesn't have any poison. Due to fate, we passed by this place. Please don't be offended. Cough. Cough, cough. When the old voice in the hall heard this name, he couldn't help but cough a few times. He couldn't help but feel a toothache. He almost cursed out loud. Why couldn't anyone come? Why did he have to come? The speaker couldn't help but be shocked. Even if the number one person of the Umno Alliance, the Flood Witch, came, he wouldn't be afraid. Because the Flood Witch was a righteous person. As long as you didn't offend her or violate her rules, she was easy to get along with. But the poisonous great shaman was definitely not the kind of person who could be reasoned with. Apart from being a poison ancestor, he was also an unreasonable ancestor. In terms of lethality, even if Senior Flood Magus were to attack the demonic spirits forest and smash the forest from one end to the other with his 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, he would not be as destructive as Senior Poison Magus who would wander around. However, it was said that this poisonous great shaman lived in seclusion for a long time and rarely walked outside. Why did he pass by our demon spirit forest this time? And why did he come to the demon god castle? Could things really be so coincidental? Just when our side was being destroyed to such an extent that with this thought, the great elder of the demon race couldn't help but think, could it be that the attackers were ordered by the poisonous great shaman? Or were they people of the Wu people? Or were they secretly ordered by the 12 great shamans? This matter might be a bit serious. So it's Brother Poisonous Great Shaman. He laughed dryly. Brother Poisonous Great Shaman, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not coming out to welcome you. Before Xiaochen finished speaking, he saw 6 people appear in the demon god castle at once. These were the upper echelon of the demon race. However, on the surface, these 6 demons all looked like 5 or 6 people. They wore long robes, had 1 nose and 2 eyes, and looked no different from the Wu people outside. If one only looked at them from the surface, it would be impossible to tell that these 6 were actually demons. Instead, they looked more like 6 old human pedants. Sun Sun was scholarly and elegant, filled with the demeanor of a gentleman. There was even a scholarly aura that overflowed, causing people to be unable to help but have a good impression of him. When these 6 people appeared together, all the demons below knelt on the ground at the same time and bowed respectfully. Greetings, old ancestor. For so many years, the demonic spirit forest had been supported by these 6 oldest ancestors. After hearing that the non-poisonous shaman had arrived, they actually came out in an orderly manner. It could be seen that he was afraid of this non-poisonous shaman. The person at the front smiled. Brother Du Wu, if you don't mind this place being too shabby, why don't you come down and have a cup of tea? The non-poisonous shaman stood in the air and chuckled. That's nice to hear. You dare to let me down. You really want me to go down? Brother Du Wu, you must be joking. For thousands of years, we are indebted to the 12 great shamans for taking care of us and opening up the demonic spirit forest for us demons. Our entire race is deeply grateful. We have been friends for so many years. Why would we care about Brother Du Wu? The demon at the front had snow-white hair and beard, and he had a sage-like temperament. He looked at the non-poisonous shaman and invited him eagerly. The non-poisonous shaman looked into the distance and said lightly, "There's no rush to drink tea. I still have 2 companions. When the time comes, we can go down together." Brother Du Wu's companions. The 6 devil race elders were shocked to hear this. To be called companions by the non-poisonous shaman, they must be of the same generation. In other words, there were 3 shamans nearby at the same time. What did the Wu people want to do? Could it be that they want to start a war with us before we have a good time? This shouldn't be. Outside, the sound of countless demons crying could be heard. Just by listening, one could tell that no less than 100,000 demons were grieving. A high-level sky soar realm expert from the demon race sighed softly, "Old ancestor, this time. More than 17,000 of our clansmen died tragically in the hands of the invaders." Clearly, seeing the old ancestor and the non-poisonous shaman talking so happily, this fairy felt somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Those were the lives of more than 17,000 of his clansmen. Most of them were smashed to death by hammers. More than half of them didn't even have a corpse left. Even their funerals could only be done with cenotaphs. Even a slightly larger bone fragment that could prove their identity couldn't be found. It was truly too tragic. "Shut up," the old ancestor said sternly. "Yes. Old ancestor, this murderer. From the looks of it, it's very similar to the legendary descendant of the Flood Witch. That pair of hammers is really that kind of person." This fairy stopped talking and transmitted a message to the old ancestor. The meaning was very clear. The old ancestor's white eyebrows twitched, and he frowned tightly. "Are you sure?" His heart couldn't help but tremble. If that's the case, then it's understandable that the non-poisonous shaman would appear here. That kid's pair of hammers are indestructible. It's very similar to the Thousand Souls nightmare hammer that the old ancestor mentioned before. It's just that I've never truly experienced this legendary hammer technique. This fairy realm expert said with some regret. That 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. If you've experienced it before, at this time. The old ancestor sighed and said, I'm afraid that the grass on your grave would have already died by now. Cough. At this time. Even further away, there were two silhouettes rushing over at lightning speed, accompanied by the sharp whistling sound of the wind. Did you find anything here? Someone shouted from afar. The person who shouted wasn't the demon ancestor Lei Changtian, but the ice nether shaman. His voice was filled with urgency. Behind the ice nether was Lei Changtian, whose face was filled with hope. Naturally, they didn't find Sua Xiaoduo in the heavenly spirit forest, and Wan Minxing was still sad from the parting and hadn't recovered yet. Naturally, he wouldn't meet them. If they saw him, a half-sage, leaving with tears in his eyes, they might suspect something. Moreover, it would be embarrassing. Although Wan Minxing refused to meet them, he still ordered the giant in the forest to tell them where Sua Xiaoduo went. Lei Changtian was extremely excited and immediately rushed over. Along the way, he saw Sua Xiaoduo smashing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, and couldn't help but become even more excited. Look, this is all done by my grandson. Lei Changtian said. Awesome. You must get it. The ice nether shaman gave a thumbs up. With his understanding of the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, how could he not recognize this hammer technique? Naturally, he would praise as much as he could. That's my grandson, of course he's awesome. Lei Changtian was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth, especially when he heard the ice nether shaman agree with him. Naturally, the demon ancestor was very happy. Fuck. The ice nether shaman was about to speak, but suddenly realized that he seemed to be one generation younger. He suddenly didn't want to talk anymore, and said with disdain, You didn't give birth to your grandson. What are you so proud of? You treasured your daughter for so long, but she was taken by that bastard, and you still have the nerve to show off. Lei Changtian's most painful scar was tragically exposed, and it was exposed when he was caught off guard. He immediately flew into a rage. What are you talking about? Are you exposing my scar? I just want to tell you that if Sua Changchang didn't take your daughter, how could you have your grandson? In fact, you should thank Sua Changchang for taking your daughter. And he did it so skillfully that he even took your grandson. Look at how glorious you are. You didn't even have anything in your crotch to drag you up to the sky. The ice nether shaman was indeed the first shaman of the Wu people since ancient times who could anger people to death without paying for it. His ability to touch the pot that didn't boil was simply the acme of perfection. With just a few words, Lei Changtian was about to fight him to the death. Fuck, what nonsense was he talking about? That fucking bastard ruined my daughter and raped her. Why should I fucking thank him? How could there be such a reason in the world? If I wasn't in a good mood now, you would be dead, ice nether. Lei Changtian said angrily. He wasn't bragging. Among the 12 shamans, the ice nether was ranked last. In terms of real strength, he was really not Lei Changtian's opponent. You're in a good mood now. So you're in a good mood when I mention your son-in-law. Then I'll mention him a few more times in front of you in the future. I'll make you feel great. The ice nether shaman was definitely the kind of person who would never let go of a person's weakness. Moreover, he would always mention it, and the more uncomfortable you were, the more he would mention it. At this moment, seeing that Lei Changtian was unhappy, of course, he would mention it especially. I have to say that your son-in-law is really something. His ability to eat the cradle really makes us give him a thumbs up. Not only did he have the heart to do it, but he also had the heart to do it. When he pulled his face down, he even ate his niece. It's amazing, and we can't compare. The ice nether shaman continued to walk on the edge of courting death. The person he was most afraid of in his life was the sky inspecting minister, but at this moment, he was not in front of that person. Of course, he would say all kinds of bad things unceasingly. Moreover, he could make Lei Changtian mad. The Ice Nether spoke with even more vigor. "You're courting death." Lei Changtian flew into a rage. Just when Lei Changtian was about to completely lose control and make a move, he finally found the whereabouts of the non-poisonous shaman. On the contrary, Lei Changtian was relieved. Because he knew that with the status of the non-poisonous shaman, it was absolutely impossible for him to personally deal with Zhuo Duo. He still had this bit of trust in him. Since the non-poisonous shaman was already there, and the two sides did not continue to clash, then Zhuo Duo must be safe. At least, that was the case for now. Ignoring the Ice Nether, Lei Changtian anxiously rushed over. "Where is he? Where is he?" The non-poisonous shaman rolled his eyes and said, "He entered here and disappeared, right under my nose." That kid really has some skills. Lei Changtian frowned and looked at the opposite side with an unfriendly gaze. Then, he looked at the surrounding demons and said indifferently, "Demons? So on the continent, there are still descendants of the demons. Sure enough, there are 100 dead worms, dead but not falling down." The Ice Nether shaman thought of something and suddenly burst out laughing. "Yes, these are your disciples." Chapter 1051. Lei Changtian's face darkened. Lei Changtian's nickname was Demon Ancestor, and all the people here were from the demon clan. If they were not Lei Changtian's disciples, then what were they? At least in terms of name, that was how it was done. Lei Changtian also thought of this, and the corner of his mouth twitched subconsciously. His heart felt strange and indescribable. Damn it, when I gave him this nickname, I never thought that I would be able to see a whole clan of descendants in this life. Am I so good at giving birth? Let me introduce you. The Deep Ice Witch found something interesting, and couldn't help but want to stir up trouble. She said with a smile of exultation, "Elders of the demon clan, please listen carefully. This person beside me is one of the few powerful figures in the Astral Souls continent. His name is Lei Changtian. His nickname has a lot to do with you. Listen carefully, Demon Ancestor. Yes, you didn't hear it wrong. His nickname is Demon Ancestor, the ancestor of ancestors. Yes, the devil of demons, the ancestor of ancestors." The Ice Abyss Witch laughed as if she had taken advantage of the other party. The Deep Ice Witch's words could be said to be blatantly telling the elders of the demon clan, "This person claims to be the ancestor of demons, your ancestor. Hurry up and beat him. Beat him to death. I like to see you guys fight the most." His words were full of undisguised provocation, and it was extremely jarring to the ears. Demon Ancestor. The 6 Demon Ancestor elders all frowned, and their eyes glared at Lei Changtian. They knew that the Deep Ice Witch was instigating, but they still couldn't help but get angry. This guy really dared to give himself a nickname, Demon Ancestor? You deserve it. Ha ha ha. If you are the Demon Ancestor, where do you put us true demons? Lei Changtian snorted indifferently. He continued to sweep the entire demon god castle with his psychic power, but his heart was still inexplicably anxious. Where's my grandson? Where did he go? Didn't he just come to this place? Why can't I see him? Finally, he couldn't help but ask, where did the kid who just came in go? Wu Du and Bing Ming also pricked up their ears. The Fiend Race's head elder said icily, "What does that brat who came in just now have to do with you? Relatives? Old friends? Fellow disciples?" Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes. Instead of answering, he asked, "Where did he go?" The 6 elders of the demon race harumphed coldly. The great elder said coldly, that brat killed more than 10,000 of our clansmen. This kind of blood debt is absolutely irreconcilable. Even if we find him, we will definitely not let him leave alive. Lei Changtian said coldly, "You're not letting him leave alive. Give it a try." "I'll give it a try." An elder who was standing at the back had an ominous glint in his eyes. This so-called demon ancestor. Hee, human astral souls, this old man advises you to be careful with your words in the territory of our demon race. Speaking of the words, the territory of demons, especially the word demons, Zhang Tai suddenly felt a bit tired of the pronunciation. When he looked at the old man in front of him, his gaze became even more unfriendly. What kind of nickname was not good? Using the demon ancestor as a nickname, wasn't he taking advantage of all of them? The Ice Deep Witch giggled, feeling like he could watch a show. The Poison Toxin Witch said darkly, "Great Elder, this brat can't die." The Great Elder smiled coldly. A great enmity has been formed. Even if Brother Poison Toxin speaks, it will be difficult to resolve. Our clan has not received guests for too long. Do you three have the courage to come in and have a cup of tea? The Great Elder of the demon race's tone was already very impolite. He directly asked the three if they had the courage. Obviously, he thought the three were in cahoots. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for thinking this. The meaning of the three's words was that they didn't want that brat to die. Even if that brat seemed to be from the astral soul's human race, and the human race and the Wu people had been fighting for countless years, this brat was clearly different. The strength and moves he displayed were almost certain to be the inheritance of the Wu people. How could they not know if he was the seed of the Wu people's rebellion against the human race? If the inference was true, then the Wu people had improved. They actually knew how to play mind games. This was a very rare occurrence. Of course, this was definitely not a good thing. Since ancient times, the Magi had always adhered to the supreme principle of having the biggest fist. In the past, even when they were facing the strongest race on the land, the Demon Clan, they rarely used roundabout strategies. Now that they had opened up a new path, the threat had multiplied. Why not drink tea? The Ice Deep Witch straightened his neck. Even if it's a war, I won't be the first one to bear the brunt. It just so happens that I'm very thirsty right now. Do you have good tea? As he spoke, he had already landed. The Poison Toxin Witch laughed. Brother Lei, please. Please. Lei Changtian was naturally fearless. Even if the Great Elder did not invite him, he planned to enter the demon castle to search for Zhuo Xiaoduo. The three of them, one in front and two behind, calmly landed and entered the demon god palace side by side. This was a matter of face. Even if it was a mountain of swords and a sea of flames, they had to go in first. After all, they were already calling out numbers. Do you have the guts? At this time, if they did not accept or enter, their reputation would be ruined. Therefore, they had to go in. There was no room for hesitation. Of the three, the Ice Deep Witch was the youngest. He purposely put on a carefree appearance and walked in, giving Poison Toxin and Lei Changtian a way out. This proved that they were not provoked into entering by you. Instead, we can enter if we want to. If we don't want to, we won't enter. As soon as the three of them entered the palace, they saw that this was a unique space. In the middle of the space, there was a strange space array that was different from the one passed down by the witch race. From the outside, the demon god palace seemed to occupy a large area, but it was not too big either. However, after entering, they saw a vast square. Demon fog rose, and they could not see the end of it. The palaces were arranged in picturesque disorder. In the middle of the square, there was a tall altar. There was a huge six-pointed star engraved on it. It was rotating slowly. It was clearly operating. Even higher up in the sky, demon clouds covered the sky. The faces of the demon gods were hideous and terrifying. They were faintly discernible in the clouds. The demon race. Although their Tao is declining, they are still an ancient race. They still left behind many things, the poison toxin Great Witch said eerily. You are too polite, poison toxin Great Witch. Although our race is not as good as the Wu people's ancestors, our ancestors still left behind some things. The demon Great Elder bowed sincerely to the altar. Then, he stood up and said, the three of you, please sit here. The three of them had just turned when the ice-deep witch suddenly said, Hey, what is that? Lei Changtian and the poison toxin Great Witch were stunned and looked in the direction of the voice. At this moment, at the top of the altar, the tall hexagram slowly rotated and turned around, revealing a human girl who was tied up tightly. The human girl's 2 hands, 2 legs, and even her neck and waist were tied to the 6-pointed star. Her hair was loose and her head was lowered. Her face could not be seen clearly. It was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Streaks of black light constantly passed through her body. Every time they passed through her body, they would take away a wisp of blood and charge against the demon clouds in the sky. Every time the black light pierced through, the girl's body would tremble violently. Lei Changtian's pupils shrank. He said word by word, Who is this? He's just a junior of the human race. The demon Great Elder did not care at all. He said casually, She offended us and was captured to be punished. Lei Changtian narrowed his eyes and said, I'm afraid it's not just punishment. Every living thing in this world has karma and hatred. Her ancestor made karma with our race first. She herself made a grudge with our race later. Karma retribution. The cycle of the heavenly Tao has its own past. What is there to be afraid of? What is there to be surprised about? The demon Great Elder by Mei Xian moved and said, Please take a seat and drink tea. Then he waved his hand and motioned for the others to go out and search for the murderer who dared to slaughter so many of their people. The blood feud of slaughtering more than 10,000 demons could not be resolved with just a few words. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. Lei Changtian turned his head and looked at the human girl covered in wounds on the high platform. He frowned. As a fellow human, he was naturally unwilling to see a foreign race slaughter his own people. However, Lei Zhangtian, who was one of the absolute upper echelons of the Star Soul human clan, had to consider and consider. At the same time, he needed to compromise. And this kind of reaction was just as the Great Elder of the Demon Clan had expected. This girl's cultivation was only so-so. She could be said to be a genius. Right now, she was definitely not the backbone of the human race and had nothing to do with the high-level human. Even though Lei Changtian felt pity for her, he would definitely not fall out with the demon race at this juncture and become enemies with them for this girl. If he provoked a strong enemy force because of this, the astral souls would strengthen their foundation against the Umno alliance. Then, Lei Changtian would be a sinner of the human race. He would lose the righteousness for a small cause. This was politics. This was compromise. The helplessness and sorrow of the high level. Feelings arose, but ended without a cause. Although Lei Zhangtian had decided to ignore this human woman, he still couldn't help but pay some attention to her. From time to time, he could vaguely see some demon race cultivators flying up to feed her medicine. He did not know what kind of medicine it was. As long as the girl took the medicine, she would recover a little. However, as the black light continued to pierce through the girl's body, the process became more and more prolonged. Life and death. After a while, Lei Changtian let out a long sigh and finally said angrily, "Great Elder, killing people is just a matter of time. What kind of terrible karma did this girl or her ancestor have with the demon race? Why are you treating her so cruelly? can't you just give her a quick death? Do you have to torture her like this? The demon Great Elder said indifferently, we have our own considerations. Lei Changtian said angrily, what considerations? The karma behind it is not enough to tell outsiders. Lei Zhangtian chuckled and said, is it because we're just friends? The Great Elder narrowed his eyes and said, yes. Chapter 1052. Lei Changtian said indifferently, I don't know what gives you the confidence to say that. Suddenly, he reached out and picked up the teacup, saying, please, Great Elder. The Great Elder picked up the teacup and smiled, please. Lei Changtian smiled faintly, but a black light suddenly appeared and attacked the Great Elder like lightning. Although he couldn't save that girl, he had to avenge her. The Great Elder's expression didn't change, and he also sent out a beam of demon chi. In an instant, the two of them changed their hand gestures slightly. Two beams of pure demon chi moved around in the small space, chasing and fighting each other. The other hand held the teacup. The water in the teacup was calm, and there wasn't even a ripple. The power of the two was circling and fighting in this small space. It looked ordinary, but in fact, every bit of power was filled with the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. The reason why it looked ordinary was that the two of them didn't leak a single bit of their power. Whoever's power leaked out would be the loser. This was the fight between the top experts. A difference of a millimeter could lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. It wasn't just a saying. The two beams of black chi moved back and forth between the teacup like dragons. They kept making dull but weak sounds like muffled thunder, and kept moving back and forth quickly. Finally, with a light bang, the two beams of black chi that were chasing each other turned around and collided with each other head-on with an irreversible momentum. Obviously, the two of them didn't intend to make any more concessions. They just collided with each other in the dark. During this process, the two of them still held the teacup steadily with one hand. Their expressions didn't change, and they even looked at each other and smiled. Everyone present was at the top of the world in terms of strength. They were all clear about this fight in the small space. They knew very well that both of them were injecting a huge amount of power into the teacup quickly and orderly. The two beams of black beam of light were still thin, but the color inside was getting deeper and deeper. Obviously, the destructive power in it was getting stronger and stronger. The glossy black smell was getting more and more obvious. However, there were no signs of it becoming longer, thicker, or scattered. It fully displayed the power and control of the peak of the world. The current situation was a clash of the purest origin energy. In terms of martial arts novels, this was the most extreme competition of internal energy. The strong would win, and the weak would lose. Whoever couldn't hold on would lose. However, the two of them represented two different races. Who would be willing to admit defeat? As time passed, the two of them unleashed more and more power, becoming more and more concentrated. After a long while, their originally calm expressions finally changed. Lei Changtian's face slowly darkened, while the first elder's face turned slightly pale. However, the two of them remained calm as they looked at each other with smiles on their faces. There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure. After a while, the great shaman of Poison laughed and said, since we're just acquaintances, you two have just met and you've already known each other for such a long time. Do you think we're nothing? I'll join in as well. Before he finished speaking, he flicked his finger. Two green lights suddenly flew out and attacked Lei Changtian and the first elder's eyes respectively. The two of them blinked at the same time and suddenly exhaled to meet the green lights. The great ice abyss which also moved. He flicked his finger lightly and the black lights that were confronting the two of them were directly pushed away. He said disdainfully, what's the point of fighting here and there but you can't kill anyone? He actually gathered the two balls of black light into a ball in his palm. Then, like two sticks, he threw them into the sky. With a puff, the two balls of black light directly penetrated the shield above and the clouds. After a full half a minute, there was a sudden explosion that sounded like the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Following this explosion, a fierce hurricane swept up in the sky above the three great forests. "Do you want to fly up and take a look?" The great ice abyss witch said with a smile, "If we go up and take a look now, we can probably see who won and who lost. Whichever side explodes the wider area wins." He smiled happily. "Let's go up and take a look, let's go up and take a look." Lei Changtian and the first elder of the demon race snorted at the same time, but no one spoke. For the first time, the first elder of the demon race looked at Lei Changtian with a hidden fear. Lei Changtian also looked at the first elder of the demon race with a little surprise, and then glanced at the other 5 high-level demon race one by one. Lei Changtian really didn't expect that the Wu people, who had always been known for killing, would allow their former enemy, the demon race, to maintain a demon race descendant tribe in the interior of the Wu people's continent. And after so many years of development, this tribe actually had such strength. Whether or not this first elder was the #1 expert of the demon race, at least the 5 in front of him should be on the same level as the first elder, or at most a little lower. And such a force, although it couldn't compare to the high level of the Astral Souls continent or the experts of the Tao League, but their overall strength was still considerable. And the sudden appearance of such a powerful force, and even a race, was simply a great change in the continent, enough to affect the power structure of the 3 continents. Admirable, admirable, the human race's high cultivators are really brilliant. The first elder of the demon race took a deep breath. The demon race's almighty figures are the ones who live up to their reputation. Lei Changtian said. The 6 elders of the demon race heard this and felt even more suffocated. "Are you talking about the demon race or the demon ancestor? If it's the demon ancestor, are you talking about yourself or our great demon god? This human's nickname really deserves to die." But no matter how uncomfortable they felt in their hearts, this contest was already over. The other party really did have the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with the top experts of the demon race, and even had the strength to surpass them. Everyone could only drink tea and chat harmoniously on the surface, not daring to be rash. Not long ago, Sua Xiaoduo keenly felt the danger in front of him. Without saying a word, he immediately entered the Tower of Void Extermination. As soon as he entered, he immediately grabbed the heaven-mending stone to restore a wave of life energy for himself. Taking a breath, he lay down on the ground of the Tower of Void Extermination. He was sweating like rain, and his whole body was comfortable. That pause just now was really a refreshing killing. Although at the last moment, the aura that suddenly appeared really made my heart palpitate. Unexpectedly, there was actually such a master in the demon race. And such a close feeling of extreme killing intent. It was the first time in Sua Xiaoduo's life to fight an enemy. It was a kind of. As long as the other party was willing, he could immediately grab your heart and crush it directly, and you would immediately die in the middle of the road. This feeling. It's really too scary. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but frown. Although he had entered the Tower of Void Extermination, the Tower of Void Extermination was now under the blessing of Elder Wan, and he no longer had to worry about being discovered and acted upon. After communicating with Elder Wan, Sua Xiaoduo could already confirm that in the Demon Spirit Forest and Demon Spirit Forest, there were strong people, and the strongest could reach the top of the world. However, compared to Elder Wan, they were far inferior, so he didn't have to worry about the Tower of Void Extermination being discovered by others. However, because of this, he could no longer make any moves. This meant that when he went out again, he would still be in the same position as when he first entered. It was still as dangerous as it should be. Sua Xiaoduo saw that things had come to this, but he didn't want to go too far. He took out the essence of the flaming sun real fire and began to cultivate, while constantly thinking in his heart. Not acting rashly was one thing, but what should he do next? The safety issue was not a big problem, but the real key was how to escape. He calculated the time. Now, 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days inside the Tower of Void Extermination. Then, 12 hours outside was equivalent to 45 days inside. So, 1 hour was equivalent to 4 days. Half an hour was equivalent to 2 days. Then, if he cultivated inside the Tower of Void Extermination for 24 hours, only a quarter of an hour would have passed outside. I'll rest here for 24 hours, then go out. Zhuo Xiaoduo adjusted the clock and began to cultivate and rest. The reason why he chose 24 hours was naturally that Zhuo Xiaoduo had a lot of considerations. He disappeared as soon as he came in, so the focus of the search would naturally be the place where he just came in. It was estimated that the search of this place would last for quite some time. This period of time, under normal circumstances, would take 5 or 6 minutes or even less. After this period of time, many people would instinctively think that they had moved. In fact, the most realistic thing to do was to move as soon as possible. Based on this idea, they naturally began to focus on searching other places. During this period of time, even if there were still people paying attention to the place where he just disappeared, there wouldn't be too many of them. As time continued to pass, after more than 10 minutes, basically no one would think that he was still there. Based on human psychology, this was the most relaxed moment for the place where one had disappeared from. If more time passed and they searched other places without finding anything, this place would once again become the focus of attention. This meant that the most dangerous place was the safest place, and vice versa. Therefore, 15 minutes was the best time and the best opportunity. After a day and a night, Zhuo Xiaoduo had just finished absorbing a true flame essence. He was full of energy and was in perfect condition. He watched the true flame essence rise in his palm. The high temperature of the true flame essence slowly dimmed and turned into powdered dots. Zhuo Xiaoduo took a deep breath. He felt that his second level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun, had been completely perfected. Perhaps after 2 more rounds of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the third level of the Flaming Sun Sutra, the Clear Sky Great Sun. Unfortunately, time waits for no man. There was no time to continue cultivating and trying to break through. During these 15 minutes, he had to try and get out. He had to try and find a way out of this predicament. Before he went out, he first used the breath-concealing technique to conceal his aura as much as possible. Then, he pulled himself together and suppressed the spiritual energy of the Flaming Sun Sutra and Zhu Rong's true flame essence into his dantian. He stood still and no longer emitted any heat. Then, he imitated the aura of the demon clan and tattered his body. He pulled out a dead demonic beast from his spatial ring and skinned it, using it to make a hat to cover his bald head. From head to toe, there was an inexplicable stench other than the smell of blood. Chapter 1053. Pinching his nose, Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was a bit of a clean freak, sighed. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, have always been open and aboveboard. Today, I have to endure the humiliation. So be it. Then, he cautiously flashed out and paid full attention to any possible changes that might occur. Sure enough, the surveillance here was not very strict. When he appeared from the corner, it gave the other demons the feeling that he had just turned around from the other side. Listening to the surrounding demons, Zhuo Xiaoduo was very unhappy. What was the meaning of this? Where did that great human demon go? Did you catch him? No. That great demon lord is simply too cruel. He has no demonic nature at all. He's too cruel. Just him alone killed tens of thousands of our clansmen at once. There are at least billions of such humans in the astral souls continent. Even if they are not as cruel as him, I'm afraid they are not easy to deal with. Whenever I think of the number of human heads, I can't help but feel weak in my teeth and cramp in my legs. It's not just you, me, and him. Not all of them are like this. It turns out that humans are the real demons. The one we encountered today is the great demon, the demon of demons. Hearing this, Suashao Duo wanted to stand out and roar, "Damn, who is the great demon? Don't make a mistake. Am I the demon or are you the demons?" Was this still reasonable? I am a good person, how did I become the great demon when I came to you demons? Demon of demons. Do you believe that I will sue you for slander? Even if it's called a human head. Bah, you can't call it a human head. That's called forget it, do whatever you want. Suashao Duo was angry in his heart. He walked out quickly, but he carefully controlled his cultivation to be at the level of the transformation cloud. Suddenly, a group of demons walked towards him and shouted, "Did you find anything?" "No, first." Suashao Duo spoke in a low muffled voice with his tongue stuck out. When he spoke, his bloody teeth were exposed. The demons on the other side were shocked. They said angrily, "What the fuck did you eat? Why is there such a strong smell in your mouth? Don't you know your breath? Shut up, shut up. Don't talk to me." Their faces were full of disgust. Without any explanation, they walked past him quickly. Suashao Duo walked forward with his body hunched, still reeking of stench and blood. Of course, he was going outside. At this point, how could he not know that he was going in the wrong direction? The reason why the other party tried so hard to stop him from approaching was clearly because they did not want his arrival to alarm the higher-ups of the demon race. However, he thought that he had succeeded in his plan and directly barged into the other party's base camp. Such luck was really unparalleled. He had almost schemed himself to death. But as soon as he walked in that direction, he saw Mo Shirjo and a large group of demon experts heading his way. Among them, there were many that he had fought with before. Suashao Duo stealthily turned around and walked back. He didn't expect that there would be demons coming this way, so he changed direction. However, after taking a few more twists and turns, they would enter that hall if they continued forward. Suashao Duo couldn't help but complain in his heart, and his footsteps became slower and slower. Behind him, Mo Shirjo rushed over. When he saw the guy in front of him dilly-dallying, he was already extremely depressed from losing his official position, so he became even more depressed. He took a step forward and kicked Suashao's butt without any explanation. He scolded, "Are you fucking practicing how to crawl? You're as slow as a snail demon of the demon race. What do you want?" With Suashao's current cultivation level, he couldn't dodge or resist the kick. He didn't dare to act rashly because of his status, so he could only be kicked away. A demon expert who came from the side frowned and cursed, "Why is this guy so smelly?" He took the opportunity to kick Suashao's other buttocks. The two forces combined. Suashao Duo screamed and flew into the hall like a meaty egg. At this moment, there were many experts in the hall, and they were real experts. They were all at the top of the world. Suashao Duo felt like fucking a dog. Fuck, why is my luck so bad? It makes me speechless. Could it be that I've been so lucky before that I've run out of luck? Fuck. I'm really done for this time. Suashao Duo screamed with his tongue out. He flew in with a whoosh and landed on the ground with a thud. He even slid for a distance. What followed was the smell of blood and stench that permeated the air. Seeing the sudden turn of events, the demon race great elder immediately felt somewhat embarrassed. Now that there was an esteemed guest inside, why did this happen? He shouted angrily, "Speak, what's going on?" At the door, Mo Sergio and the other demon race commander were sweating profusely, their backs drenched in sweat. They didn't expect this to happen. It was like the beginning of a big show, but there was no surprise, only shock and horror. Cough. I was careless, punishing this subordinate and offending the great ancestor. Please forgive me, great ancestor. What are you waiting for? Throw this demon aside. Mo Sergio ran 2 steps, picked up Suashao Duo, and threw him out with a whoosh. Suashao Duo was secretly rejoicing that he managed to escape. Indeed, the heavenly Tao always blesses the kind-hearted. However, he instantly realized that he was thrown in the wrong direction. He was actually thrown further into the main hole. When he took a peek, he realized that there was a huge plaza inside that he seemed to have landed next to an altar. Mo Sergio shouted from above, "Throw this guy into the cleansing pool. He stinks." He pinched his nose as he spoke. His face was full of disgust. One of the demons nodded and walked toward him with sonorous steps. Suashao Duo turned around and looked up. He had to see what was going on around him. Otherwise, why would he escape? Looking up, he saw a person hanging from the altar. It was a woman. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Like Lei Changtian, Suashao Duo saw black lines penetrating the woman's body. She was in so much pain that her body convulsed, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. A demon flew up and grabbed the woman's chin. He lifted it up and poured some medicine into her mouth. The woman had no strength to resist and could only swallow it. However, when she lifted her head, Suashao's eyes widened. Wasn't this Zhan Shuajuan? What was going on? How could it be her? How could Zhan Shuajuan be captured and brought here? Wasn't this a little too ridiculous? Elder Wan once said that after the war, the demons and monsters settled near the Tianling forest. They were afraid that the higher-ups of the Wu people would be suspicious and kill them, so they tried their best to reduce their presence. They didn't leave this place for a long time. Naturally, it was difficult for them to have anything to do with the astral souls in the human world. Zhan Shuajuan hadn't even been to the Sun-Moon Pass. Naturally, it was impossible for her to come to the Umno Alliance. The two sides weren't even close. Even if there were 80 or 800 poles, they wouldn't be able to reach each other. How could this happen? Then, Suashao Duo couldn't help but think about the fate that he had read for Xiang Chong and Zhan Shuajuan's bad luck. Was it supposed to be here? But this matter was too unexpected. Suashao Duo stared at Zhan Shuajuan, who was tied up high on the altar. His heart was suddenly in a mess. What to do? There was no doubt that his current situation was extremely dangerous. If he made a mistake, he would be doomed eternally. This was the most central place of the demon race. It was the place with the most powerhouses. It could even be said that he was no match for any of the powerhouses of the demon race here. As long as he was discovered, then he would definitely die. There was no luck. Even if the other party just blew a breath, he would be blown to death. After he broke through and reached the returning mysterious state, he would be blown to death. Don't be too clear about this. Suashao Duo knew his own limits at the very least. I'm nothing. I might be able to fight with some small fries, but facing the top powerhouses of the demon race, I'm not much stronger than an ant. They can crush me to death with a pinch of their fingers. They can drown me with their spit. What's more, my principle has always been to protect my own life. Everything else is inconsequential. I don't have any ability to save her now. If I move a little, I will also die. How can I dare to act rashly? If I don't move and save my own life, no one can say anything about me in this situation. Even if I don't say anything after I get out, no one will know what I saw. Besides, this is Zhang Xuejuan's life. This is her life. It's destined. I warned her early on, but she didn't follow my advice. She didn't seek fortune and avoid calamity. That's why she's in this situation. What does it have to do with me? If I make a move, not only will I be at great risk, but I will also go against fate. Pointing out the right path, seeking fortune and avoiding calamity once is already the limit. It's already too much. How can I go against fate again and again? Even a wise man wouldn't do that. Sui Xiaoduo kept convincing himself in his heart. He found all kinds of reasons to convince himself not to be impulsive. He must not be impulsive. Now is not the time to be loyal. Sui Xiaoduo, you're not a hero. You're a coward. When you can't do anything, I beg you, be a coward. Save your own life first, okay? Think about mom and dad, think about Sister Nian. They're still waiting for you to come back. Sui Xiaoduo, your life is more important than Zhang Xuejuan. I beg you, this time, be a coward. Sui Xiaoduo tried his best to convince himself. He tried his best to find as many reasons for himself as possible. Family, country, righteousness, humanity, justice, there was nothing he didn't consider. The result of every consideration was that he didn't need to save Zhang Xuejuan. However, there was a fire in his heart that was gradually rising. Save. Don't save. Chapter 1054. To be fair, considering Sui Xiaoduo's current situation, position, and ability, it was completely reasonable and understandable that he chose not to save Zhang Xuejuan. As long as one was not too pretentious, they would not find the right to criticize Sui Xiaoduo. Sui Xiaoduo's choice was not to erase his conscience, but to size up the situation. If he acted rashly, there was a 99% chance that he would not be able to save Zhang Xuejuan, and he would lose his life instead. And now, he was safe. Using one's life to gamble on a minuscule possibility might happen to a brave man, but it definitely shouldn't happen to someone like Sui Xiaoduo who was very smart and was afraid of death. Even if he asked his heart, he had a clear conscience. But for some reason, the more he thought about it, the more reasons he desperately looked for to retreat. Sui Xiaoduo couldn't help but have another thought in his mind. It was like a flame that suddenly appeared, and then a small fire started to burn the prairie. There is still a chance. As long as I am fast enough, the chance is not necessarily slim. As long as I see the gap and seize the opportunity, I still have a chance to save Zhang Xuejuan. Then, as long as I hide in the Tower of Destruction, no one will be able to find me. The premise of all this is that I am fast enough and seize the opportunity well. I can't do this and I can't do that. Seeing my friend, my brother's wife, being harmed like this, but I still have to find all kinds of reasons to convince myself. Even if it's not erasing my conscience, it's burying my conscience. How can I not feel guilty? If you don't save her when she is in danger, why do you practice martial arts? Is it just to train your body? Every time you see Xiang Chong in the future, how will you feel? Even if you don't know him, you can't just watch your fellow astral souls being harmed by the alien race, let alone your close friends and family. The most basic purpose of practicing martial arts is to protect your family and your country. But today, if your parents or Nian Mao were tied up, would you just turn around and leave indifferently knowing that you would die? Didn't he still have to charge forward bravely without hesitation and risk his life to save her? Why are you so terrified when it's someone else? Why are you finding all sorts of excuses? There are 10,000 excuses to shirk the responsibility, but there is only one reason to move forward. You have a trump card. You have a chance of success. You might not die even if you go. But if you don't do it, in this life, every time you think about it, will you be able to feel at ease? Can you really have a clear conscience? Why are you cultivating? Is the purpose of training to weigh the pros and cons and avoid the cons? In a short period of time, Sui Duo had already gone through many thoughts. In the hall, the 6 elders of the devil tribe were still drinking tea and chatting with the 2 great sorcerers and Lei Changtian. They were so focused that they didn't dare to be careless and didn't pay attention to anything else. The devil tribe had been living in seclusion for a long time. Although the elders and the upper echelons of the devil tribe had once roamed the other territories of the Umno Alliance for a period of time after their cultivation had reached a certain level, they didn't go out to train for long. After all, they had the teachings of their ancestors and the alliance with the Wu people. So in terms of Jianghu experience, they could only be considered average. But when it came to the 6 elders or the experts above the sky realm, they had reached the pinnacle of cultivation in this world and were enough to make up for their lack of experience. The upper echelons of the devil tribe didn't care at all about the dirty and smelly devil that Imo Shirjo had kicked in. After all, he had been kicked in by Imo Shirjo and the others. And this kind of thing, similar situations, had happened too many times over the years, so much so that it made them numb. The devil tribe was all boorish and impulsive. It wasn't that the elders didn't have a headache, but that they had been troubled for too long and had long gotten used to these boorishness. The matter had already been taken care of, and there were still important guests here, so they had to treat them with care. If they cared about some minor details, it would be suspicious and demeaning. The guard of the devil tribe walked over with a mace on his shoulder. Pinching his nose, he looked at Sui Duo and said in a muffled voice, "You idiot, did you fall into a latrine pit and just crawled out? Why are you so smelly?" With one hand covering his nose, the guard stretched out the other trembling hand and extended the mace in his hand. He was about to pick up Sui Duo and throw him out. The disdain of the devil tribe was obvious and undisguised. As long as Sui Duo was thrown out by the mace, at least he wouldn't be discovered and he would be safe. But at this moment, Sui Duo, who had been lying on the ground like a dead fish, suddenly shot up like a rocket. At this moment, Sui Duo's speed directly soared to the limit of his body, or even exceeded it. Streaks of shadows flashed at extreme speed. Before the guard of the devil tribe could react, Sui Duo's figure had already rushed to the altar that was 300 meters high. Silently, he held the sledgehammer in his hand and swung it in a circle. "Untie the rope." Sui Duo would never do such a lowly thing. Because it would take a lot of time. The moment Sui Duo burst out, he had already thought of a comprehensive plan. He had to use the shortest time to complete this rescue operation, and the simplest rescue plan was, he smashed the flagpole with his hammer and took away everything that was connected to it. For example, Zhan Shuajuan was currently connected to the flagpole by a rope. Therefore, when he reached a certain height, he had already raised the sledgehammer. This time, he directly used the fire attribute power of the elemental fire art. Fierce and violent, insufferably arrogant, pressing forward with indomitable will. The 99 kitty hammer stirred up a black and white whirlwind. The whirlwind was wrapped in a fiery red power. It was as if a radiant sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. An abnormally hot aura suddenly filled the entire Devil Soul Castle, that around the altar of the Devil Soul Castle, there were 108 small houses built. The 108 devil tribe experts each occupied one of them. They were all sitting cross-legged, their hands forming strange seals as they went about their own business. Streaks of devil chi soared into the sky. At the beginning, it was extremely dense, but it slowly faded and flew towards the altar. All of the devil chi, after making a circle around the altar, converged into one, and then passed through Zhan Shuajuan's body. This passing through would create a transparent bloody hole on Zhan Shuajuan's body, but this wound would heal immediately. However, even if the wound would heal, because of the blood essence that was carried out by the strike, most of it would dissipate in the air, but a small portion of it would quietly merge into the air. And as the wisps of blood essence continued to merge, the devil cloud in the air was turbulent, growing at an almost imperceptible rate. If one was here a few days ago, they would be able to directly observe that the devil cloud in the air today was at least twice as dense as 6 or 7 days ago. The results were immediate and remarkable. And the faint whispers hidden in the devil cloud, the traces of extremely evil chi, as well as the extremely abundant bloodthirsty and murderous aura, were about to take shape. Seeing this scene, the 108 devil monarchs who were working together were indescribably excited. Even if they did this personally, they did not expect that this time, capturing this human girl would actually bring such a huge harvest. The bloodline of the war god, the blood of a martyr, the heart of loyalty, the soul of a virgin. This was the necessary condition to summon the devil ancestor. And the most basic result of this ritual was to let the devil ancestor feel the current position. He could shoot in the boundless starry sky, knowing where to go and return. And the source of all this was the preparation that the devil ancestor had set up when he was traveling the human world. He had set up more than 700 so-called immortal fate with the order of fate, just so that one day, when the devil ancestor was completely sealed in the devil spirit forest, he could go out. As long as one family activated the immortal fate ritual, they would achieve the fundamental opportunity to summon the devil ancestor again, and it would no longer be up to them to break the restriction and go out by themselves. They would be passive. And the follow-up of the immortal fate was, after the devil ancestor went out, they would eat that family and even the surrounding villages and counties. Then, the devil ancestor would transform into those people, replace them, and gradually nibble away, slowly growing stronger. This was a plan that had been prepared for a long time. And since the flood which had left the devil spirit forest as a habitat for the devil race when the Wu people returned, she had set up a special rule for the devil race. They could no longer enter the human world, whether it was the world of the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, or the world of astral souls. Coincidentally, the devil race also had a prophecy left by their ancestors, and they were also not allowed to go out. And because of this, the two sides had reached an agreement. The higher-ups of the devil race gathered their people and settled in the devil spirit forest. Countless years had passed, and as the number of devil race's devil population increased, their vitality gradually recovered, and the higher-ups of the devil race naturally thought more and more about the preparations of the past, hoping that the immortal fate would be activated. But it was a pity that, after waiting for so long, there was only one family, and the connecting passage was cut off by that extremely fierce woman. She paid the price of one of her own arms to cut off the passage that the devil race used to reach the human world on the other side. How could the devil race not be angry? So many years of expectation, so many years of painstaking effort, but it was cut off by a little girl like you. That was why the great elder of the demon race had said, "She herself has incurred the wrath of our race, so she will naturally receive her retribution." It wasn't a groundless statement, but a statement that he truly hated her. And when the devil race involved saw that things were not going well, and was sure that he could not get out, he used the last of his strength to capture Zhang Xuejuan. But it was a different story. The reason why it was a different story was because the subsequent development of the matter was completely different from the original intention. The original intention of the devil race involved capturing Zhang Xuejuan was that Zhang Xuejuan had ruined his plan, so he naturally wanted to take revenge. But when he really captured Zhang Xuejuan, he was surprised to find that, damn, he had caught a treasure. Chapter 1055. The experts of the demon race were pleasantly surprised. The captured human girl actually had the purest bloodline of the war god. She was fierce and had reached the level of jade blood loyal heart. Her temperament was also extremely loyal. Furthermore, she was still a virgin. These rare attributes were all gathered in one person. Not only was it rare, it was also a perfect fit for a big move that the demon race had long given up on. So much so that this matter directly alarmed the 6 elders. The demons were ecstatic. Because these basic conditions were met, they could restart the ritual to summon the demon ancestor. And the most ideal result of starting this ritual was to directly summon the demon ancestor back to the No Alliance. Of course, this was an extremely idealistic result. Zhang Xuejuan was just an ordinary woman with mediocre cultivation. It was already a blessing to be able to meet the requirements of the initiation ceremony. To achieve the most ideal situation, anyone would know that it was unrealistic. But even the worst result could still be used to communicate with the demon ancestor. The demon race that was drifting outside would know the coordinates of the other side and be able to return by following these coordinates. And based on this idea, the demon race did not hesitate to use the most precious resources of the entire race to concoct the 9 deaths revival fluid. Every time the demon essence extracted Zhang Xuejuan's blood soul, it would be immediately replenished. This allowed Zhang Xuejuan's body to always be in a healthy state. It could withstand a total of 108 piercings and blood soul sacrifices in a day. And this also meant that Zhang Xuejuan had to endure 108 piercings of demon essence in a day, hovering between life and death. This kind of feeling was definitely worse than death. And Zhang Xuejuan could not even commit suicide. Now, it was already the 12th day of starting this ritual. And since the day before, the 6 peak experts of the devil race had all produced a weak connection that originated from the other side of the distant starry sky. It was intermittent and intermittent. This was already proof. The ritual was effective. The demon race that was drifting outside, or rather, the demon ancestor himself, had already felt the call here. This result naturally made the demons even more excited and excited. It was indeed effective. The heavens blessed the demon race. The demon race's return to the world was irresistible. The true blood and true soul of a girl that was hard to find in billions of years appeared at this moment. Wasn't this proof that the heavens had proof that the demon race would definitely achieve great things? His previous feelings returned to reality. Just before Zhou Xiaoduo went berserk. Suddenly, a faint and extremely narrow hole appeared in the air. It was so faint that it was almost undetectable. It was hidden in the demonic clouds and was almost undetectable. And through this hole, the demonic aura on this side was being sucked in. As long as the demonic chi on both sides could be connected, the 2 sides could be connected into a channel. The so-called demon ancestor coming to the other side was no longer a lie. And in the depths of this hole, an unknown distance away, in the vast starry sky, there was a sharp point of light that broke through the layers of nebulas, piercing straight towards this place. That shining edge was the legendary ancestral fiend's natal divine weapon, the god-slaying spear. The god-slaying spear that had caused endless wails in the heavens and earth, and even the mighty sages would have a headache over it, was coming at them at an extreme speed that surpassed time and space. Wherever it passed, countless planets in the starry sky would explode, be penetrated, and disintegrate. It never stopped. The god-slaying spear was indestructible. Behind him, it was as if a path of fireworks had exploded. Countless planets were pierced and exploded by the spear, but they could not slow down the god-slaying spear at all. The tip of the spear was shining. It was getting closer and closer. It was getting closer and closer. All of a sudden, Zhou Xiaoduo leaped up and swung his hammer. He used up all of his cultivation and all of his accumulated power. At this moment, the Zhu Rong true fire, which only belonged to the Zhu Rong ancestor of Magi, seemed to have regained the feeling that had been lost for tens of thousands of years. With a loud bang, it was extremely flamboyant and destructive. Boundless flames, with a kind of power that could fight the heavens and earth, soared into the sky. This world. I'm back again. Wahahaha. Although it had changed owners, the real fire was still the real fire. No matter who it followed, it was still invincible. Following that, the two auras of the black and white gourds rushed out in a very displeased manner. They grabbed the real fire from both sides and started to beat it up. After dozens of continuous punches, they dragged the real fire back to the 9-9 cat hammer as if they were dragging a dead dog. I've given you face. Why are you so arrogant? Can't you see that we're here? Don't you know that first come, first served? Don't you know who's older and who's younger? You're just a spark of fire that won't be able to develop true spiritual intelligence even after millions of years. How dare you be so arrogant? It's fine if you pretend in front of outsiders, but if you dare to pretend in front of us, we'll turn you into a retard. At the moment when Zhuo Duo suddenly exploded. In the main hall, the 6 elders who were drinking tea were all horrified. Without any explanation, they shook their hands and 12 rays of demon chi flew out. At this moment, Zhuo Duo had only just jumped up from the ground. The 6 elders' reactions couldn't be described as slow. Under normal circumstances, Zhuo Duo wouldn't have a chance to climb up the altar and save Zhan Xuejuan. Instead, he would have been torn to shreds by the surging demon chi the moment he moved. That's right, Zhuo's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Now that he had broken through to the profound returning realm, not only was he invincible under the Skysoar realm, he could even contend against a peak Skysoar realm expert or even win. However, his cultivation and strength were at the peak of this world. In the eyes of anyone in the main hall, he could still be destroyed with a flick of a finger. Fortunately, the 6 elders were fast, but Lei Changtian was even faster. With a wave of his sleeves, he suddenly flew across the sky like a bat. Black chi spread out from both sides of his sleeves, blocking the demon chi of the 6 elders in one fell swoop. The old devil, who had been silent for so many years, finally showed his prowess and the might of the devil ancestor. Demon chi and spiritual yuan steamed all over his body, and he laughed sinisterly. Don't fucking move. The poison witch and the deep ice witch also moved. One on the left and the other on the right, each exerting their strength to stop the 3 elders. They frowned. Don't be rash. The 6 elders were furious. Don't be rash. How can you say these 3 words out loud? Although it was only a momentary delay, Zhuo Duo had already pounced forward. He swung his sledgehammer. At this moment, the 108 devil monarchs in the 108 rooms all flew out in fury. Demon chi overflowed and surged violently. But it was already too late. It was too late. Boom! Although this was Zhuo's most powerful strike so far, and its power was indeed extraordinary, when it came to actual killing power, it was still nothing in the eyes of the 9 big shots in the demon god hall. Even the 108 devil monarchs were basically able to contend with it. However, the effect of this strike was earth-shattering. It even affected history and the entire world. At this moment, Zhuo Duo didn't know the consequences of this strike at all, and he didn't know what this altar was for. However, he was persuading himself to leave quickly, and at the same time, he gave it his all and swung his sledgehammer. This strike was a strike of fate, a strike of the devil's will, and it had a far-reaching impact and meaning. This was an extremely strong hammer strike that contained Zhuo's lifelong belief. A real man must do what he shouldn't and what he must do. When I need to lie low, I can live an ignoble life. I can live a cowardly life. But when I need to show my sword, even if there is a mountain of knives and a sea of fire in front of me, I will take this step. Regret. At this moment, Zhuo's heart was full of regret. What was I thinking? Why was I so impulsive? I might die here. However, even though his heart was full of regret, he still swung his sledgehammer without hesitation. Boom! Duo swung his sledgehammer with all his might, and the thick flagpole on the altar broke. And this cracking sound resonated in the hearts of all the demons. It cracked. The upper part of the altar couldn't withstand such a huge force, and it fell from the high platform. Duo immediately opened the space-destroying pagoda and flew up to meet it. Zhanshuajuan, who was tied up on the altar, suddenly became clear-headed. She saw Duo coming towards her. Her eyes, which were full of despair and dispirited spirit, suddenly became full of vitality. Her ecstasy almost overflowed. At this moment the god-killing spear, which was rushing at high speed, seemed to have sensed something. The tip of the spear shook furiously, and a shadow flew out from the tip of the spear. That was the true spirit of the god-killing spear. It forcefully crossed the space and arrived above the square of the demon temple. Zwa. Zhanshuajuan's lips trembled, and she only had time to call out his name. A shadow, which looked like the tip of a spear, shrunk thousands of times, pierced into Zhanshuajuan's brain from the back of her head. In a flash, Duo rushed up with extreme speed, and directly absorbed the upper part of the altar, including the highest part of the altar, into the space-destroying pagoda. At the moment when he was about to enter the altar, a spear suddenly emerged from Zhanshuajuan's body. The god-killing spear. The shiny tip of the spear, which came out of nowhere, fiercely pierced towards Duo's chest. It was full of boundless killing intent, and it was unstoppable. Bai and Jiao screamed at the same time. One on the left and the other on the right, they rushed forward and hugged the tip of the spear with all their might. But the shadow of the god-killing spear was unstoppable. It carried Bai and Jiao and rushed over together. Obviously, it would not stop until it killed Duo. Boom! Thanks to Little White and Little Jiao's combined efforts, Duo was finally able to get a chance to raise his 9-9 cat hammer in front of his chest. However, before he could push it forward, the god-slaying spear had already arrived. The two peerless heavenly weapons collided head-on. Clang! The explosion at this moment was so loud that it almost deafened everyone's ears. Duo screamed and flew out. The shadow of the god-killing spear also disappeared instantly. The space of the space-destroying pagoda was closed. The demonic clouds in the sky stopped. The space of nothingness that had just been opened also disappeared without a trace. The god-killing spear, which was flying at high speed on the other side of the universe, also stopped moving. It was trembling and trembling, as if it was unwilling to give up just like that. After a while, it finally had no choice but to turn into a ray of light and turn around to fly back. On the other side of the sea of stars, a huge shadow of the demon god appeared. It looked in a certain direction and sighed, "It's still not time." Chapter 1056. Duo was sent flying by an unparalleled force. This was the 99 cat hammer and by Jiao's resistance. Although they had reduced more than 90% of the power, Duo still couldn't bear the remaining power. He couldn't bear it. In an instant, he only felt that his internal organs were burning, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. His 5 limbs were injured, and he was very miserable. If he hadn't held the heaven-mending stone in his hand to replenish his vitality to the maximum extent, this less than 10% power would still be enough to kill him. The injuries caused this time were too severe, too fierce, and too overbearing. Even with the heaven-mending stone in his hand, he still couldn't recover for a long time. Duo only felt that it was difficult for him to breathe, and his internal organs were so uncomfortable that it felt like they had completely exploded. After a while, he regained his consciousness. The first thing he felt when he regained his consciousness was that he was surprised. How am I still alive? It was no wonder that Duo had this question. He couldn't enter the empty exterminating tower in the first place. At this moment, he was still exposed outside. How could there be any leeway for him to survive? Now, he wasn't dead yet. Well, why am I not dead yet? I'm still alive. Looking carefully, he saw 3 people standing side by side in front of him, protecting him behind them. One of them, who was dressed in white and had a tall and straight figure, was talking with a smile. Hey, it's just a small matter. Do you have to make such a big fuss? It's just a child messing around and damaging some things. It's normal, so normal. Look at all of you, who are so uptight. You have to be magnanimous. Do you know magnanimity? We've been cultivating for so many years, and we've been putting on airs every day. Isn't it all for this magnanimity? Magnanimity. Ha ha ha. Your Excellency Great Elder, you're the number 1 person in the Devil Clan. After so many years of cultivation, how can you lack such magnanimity? This person laughed and said, he's still a child. You're all so old. Do you still want to lower yourself to the same level as a child? This can't be. All the Devil Clansmen on the opposite side, without exception, were livid with anger. Even the faces of the 6 elders were filled with anger. He's still a child. Why did this sentence sound so much like beating someone up? Now you know how to be gentlemanly. If this happens to the Wu people, I want to see where your gentlemanly attitude is. Icy Deep Witch, we respect you as an expert of the present age, but you can't go too far and talk nonsense, right? The Deep Ice Witch said, Great Elder, you don't have to say that. How did I bully you? Why would I lie? Are you looking down on me? Finally, the ending was a twist and turn of events. Was this a stroke of genius? On the other side, the Devil Race Great Elder and the others were so angry that their noses were about to become crooked. What did we say to look down on you? Didn't we just speak the truth? Don't tell me you're not lying. Do you think we're all deaf? Great Witch, what are you saying? The Great Elder forcibly suppressed his anger and said, we have always been friendly. The Deep Ice Witch said, of course we have always been friendly. If we weren't, why would we come here? We came here to mediate for you with good intentions, but you said we were going too far. If this isn't looking down on me, what is it? Justice is in people's hearts, and we can see black and white clearly. The Deep Ice Witch paused for a moment and said, for so many years, your Devil tribe has been resting and building up strength in our Wu tribe's territory. You can say that you've been eating our food, drinking our water, using our resources for cultivation, and occupying our land. It's not an exaggeration to say this, is it? We won't talk about this, but I don't understand. What did we Wu people do wrong to you Devil Clansmen? Is it wrong to show kindness? Why do you look down on me? Do you really think we Wu people are easy to talk to? The Deep Ice Witch's position had risen to that of the Devil Clansmen. The Great Elder trembled and said angrily, Deep Ice Witch, you know I didn't mean that. Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by the Ice Deep Witch, you look down on me with such certainty. What is the reason for that? I'm one of the 12 witches, aren't I? Why do you look down on me? Do you have a reason? He straightened his neck, as if he had been greatly wronged, and said loudly, you look down on me, which means you look down on us 12 witches. You look down on us 12 witches, which means you look down on us Wu people. You look down on us Wu people, which means you look down on our boss Flood. How did our boss Flood offend you? Why do you look down on him so much? Isn't it too much? The more the Deep Ice Witch said, the more confident she felt. She even felt a little wronged. Yes, these Devil Clansmen look down on our boss Flood. The Devil Clan elders were trembling with anger. How was he going to reason with them? There was simply no way to reason with this Deep Ice Witch. She was simply pestering him endlessly. Her mouth was full of fallacies. For a moment, anger filled their chests. They really wanted to shout, what are you shouting for? So what if we look down on you? But no matter what, they didn't dare to say it out loud. Because once they said it out loud, the consequences would be too serious. It might even lead to the destruction of the Devil Forest and the entire Devil clan. The situation was more powerful than the person. What could they do? What's more, the Great Ice Abyss which was already like this here. When they went back, it could be imagined that they would definitely exaggerate the story. The Flood Witch was a righteous person, but after all, he was their brother. If they really listened to slanderous words and used the power of the Wu people to crusade against them, then everything would be terrible. The Devil clan wouldn't have to wait until they came out of the Jianghu. They would be directly destroyed here. Although the 6 elders thought highly of themselves, and each of them had the power of a peak-level magus, there were still differences among the peak-level magi. Except for the first 3 elders, who could be mentioned in the same breath as the few senior magi, the others were not powerful enough to fight against the senior magi. The Great Elder was able to fight with Lei Zhongtian, but when it came to fighting against the Great Flood Witch, there was only a dead end for him. There was no luck. How could they say the word "look down" so casually? How could they say it casually? On the opposite side. At this moment, Lei Zhongtian and the Great Witch of Poisonous Poison were actually admiring the Great Witch of Icy Deep. Well, to be more precise, they were in awe of the Ice Deep Witch's eloquence. What was unreasonable? What did he mean by saying that it was unreasonable? Bing Ming was the one who was truly unreasonable. He was the one who could say that he was unreasonable. The Deep Ice Witch's ability to offend people everywhere was used at this moment, and her eloquence really complemented each other. She made full use of everyone's talents, shining brilliantly, and shining magnificently. Her offensive mouth had been scolded for a whole lifetime. Today, it was finally praised for once, and even admired for once. On the other side, no matter what, the Deep Ice Witch used, "You look down on me, you look down on us Wu people, and you look down on our boss Flood," to start the debate. No matter how eloquent the demons on the opposite side were, they couldn't get around this hurdle. The Great Elder's face was covered with a layer of frost. He couldn't help but sneer, "Icy Deep Witch, all the people present here are powerful people. None of them are fools. There's only one reason why you're pestering us endlessly. That is, you want to protect this kid today." The first elder's voice was cold. The Deep Ice Witch said lightly, "He is just a child. What mistakes can he make? Why can't he be forgiven? When a child makes a mistake, we, as adults, should be more tolerant. Who didn't make mistakes when they were young? Don't tell me that we have to beat a child to death just because he made a small mistake." The Deep Ice Witch said earnestly, "You also said that we are all strong people. After so many years of cultivation, when we were young, it was normal for us to make small mistakes and get into trouble. To be honest, if our seniors couldn't tolerate our mistakes, how could we have grown up today?" All the demons gathered around. Everyone was so angry that they were dizzy. Who would talk to you from the bottom of their hearts? Who had such a naughty child? Was this something that could be erased by the word child? Whose child could run to someone else's home, kill tens of thousands of people, and then just say, "He is still a child," and write it off? Where was your face? Could you be more shameless? The 6th elder of the demon clan couldn't help but be angry. He said, "Deep Ice Witch, if you insist on saying so, can our children also go to the Wu people's territory and kill people like this? Go to the astral souls and kill people? Then say, he is still a child and can go back safely." The Deep Ice Witch said confidently, "This is a reasonable thing. As a great witch, since I said so, I will treat everyone equally. As for your children, go ahead and do whatever you want. Don't have any scruples. You can say a few names later, and I will record them into the token of gratitude." I will make the decision for this small matter. The deep ice witch sighed and said understandingly, after all, who doesn't have a few lively children? I understand very well. Several elders of the demon clan felt more and more dizzy. Originally, the sixth elder intended to force the deep ice witch into a dead end with the words of a counterattack, and even implicate the human tribe. He wanted the witch to be unable to justify herself. However, the deep ice witch not only agreed to it, but also used the token of favor, which was quite popular in the 3 continents, to make the situation more reasonable. However, everyone felt more suffocated in their hearts. You said it so easily. Yes, the token of gratitude is a good thing, and it is the best way to cultivate the seeds of our clan. But how can our children be compared with the Umno Alliance, the Tao League, and the human clan of the Astral Souls? We are the weak group now, okay? No matter in manpower, material resources, or even the number of geniuses in our clan, we are far from being able to compare with the 3 of you. Each of you has a burning order for the token of gratitude. Do you think we don't know? If our children really go to your territory, I'm afraid they will be directly killed by your burning order before they have time to kill people. And you can kill them naturally. Even if we, the elders, are here and watch, the Wu people won't care about our faces at all, and you won't let them go because they are still children. In the end, isn't it all because the sorcerer tribe is powerful? Isn't that why you, the deep ice witch, are bullying people? Why are you pretending to be a wolf? Chapter 1057. The second elder sneered and said, to be honest, this is the first time in my life that I've seen a kid with such a high cultivation. Ha, kid. There's a famous saying in the human race, heroes come from the young. Such a heroic young man is really rare. The deep ice witch said lightly, then I really want to congratulate you. You've seen it now, haven't you? Although it's just a glimpse, it's enough for you to regret your whole life. Well, are you going to thank us? You. The second elder's eyes were about to crack. Even Swishao Duo, who had always been under the protection of the Great Witch, deeply admired the shamelessness of the Great Witch when he saw her acting like this. Swishao Duo had never thought of himself as a good person. He was often shameless, and often got a lot of benefits because of his shamelessness. He even thought that he was the best of the best. But today, after seeing the heroic appearance of the deep ice witch, he realized that there was always someone better than him. The level of shamelessness could be so outstanding, arrogant, and unparalleled. Swishao Duo felt that although the main purpose of the shamelessness was to protect him, but shamelessness was shamelessness. There was nothing to quibble about. It was not right. The deep ice witch was the one who had fully carried out the words shameless, unreasonable, crazy accusation, pointing at a deer as a horse, and going against his conscience to the extreme. Well, he has already reached the peak of the senior magus level in this world. With his shamelessness, no matter how much I flatter him, I'm still inferior to him. I must learn more in the future, and further my studies. Swishao Duo thought to himself, but on the other hand, he faintly felt strange. The voice of the deep ice witch, why does it sound vaguely familiar? Where have I heard it? But how could a small shrimp like me have come in contact with such a great existence? It must be an illusion, it must be an illusion. But this is a bit strange, very strange, too strange. The old man who had left him here now came out to protect him. Maybe it was an instinctive protection for the genius of the Wu clan. But why did the 2 senior magi of the Wu people also protect him? And the deep ice witch's intention, motivation, and willingness were even more determined than the old man's. Wasn't this a big strange thing? Could it be that I, Swishao Duo, have become so popular now? It was a bit strange, and difficult to understand. How come this world became so confusing to me? It's so confusing. On the other side, the great elder of the demon race finally couldn't restrain his temper. Of course, if he allowed the murderer who killed tens of thousands of his clansmen to be taken away so easily under the gaze of all the demons, what prestige would he have in the future? He was afraid that he would never be able to shake off the title of a spineless leader in this lifetime. Great Ice Abyss Witch, I know that this child has been set up by your witch tribe for a long time. It's necessary for you to deal with the human race. You definitely won't give him up. You don't have to say anything else. The great elder of the demon clan said blandly, his white beard fluttering in the wind, okay, but we have to follow the rules of the Jianghu. 2 out of 3 wins. If you win, you can take him away. But if we win, he must stay. This was the only way out. The elders of the demon clan thought that they had seen through Swishaoduo's background and saw him as a human spy that the sorcerer tribe had painstakingly cultivated. Otherwise, why would they be so aggressive and even fight against him? Now that he was in a situation where he couldn't back down, it was impossible for him to just let them go. There had to be a reason to push the boat with the current and get off the donkey with the slope. Lei Changtian was a bit dumbfounded. The Wu people had planned this for a long time. Well, Swishaoduo was his grandson, the only son of elders Wu. How could he be a Wu people spy? Where did this come from? Where did this come from? Swishaoduo was also dumbfounded. He was an elite of the human clan, the number 1 person on the human clan's human clan token, the number 1 talent. How could he be a Wu people spy? This was slander, slander. Fortunately, there were no other humans here. If someone heard this, how could he stay in the Jianghu? This is bad. That old fellow has heard everything. He has an old grudge with my father. I'm 99% sure that he's the cause of my current predicament. Will he kick me while I'm down and spread that devil's slander? It's not good if 3 people talk about a tiger and a multitude of mouths can distort metal. On the other side, the great elder of the Ice Abyss said blandly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, that's right. No matter what you say, it's always based on strength. The fist is the most powerful. The tone of this great shaman was obviously different from before. He was angry. The Ice Abyss felt that the leader of the demon clan in front of him was too unappreciative. The great elder of the Ice Abyss said that he would take him away again and again. I've wasted so much saliva, but this devil bastard doesn't give me face. Isn't this making this great shaman lose face? This is really preposterous. You really don't want face. I've told you again and again that he's just a child, but you still don't want to let him go. You look down on me. If Elder Flood was here, would this bastard dare to talk? Thinking of this, the great elder of the Ice Abyss suddenly felt that the demon clan really looked down on people. He was right. When he thought of this, his voice and tone naturally became more and more unpleasant to the ears. Then let's fight. The great elder of the Ice Abyss said coldly, ha ha ha, I've known that you're like this for a long time. If I don't kill a few of you, how can I learn my lesson? The great elder of the Poison Abyss smiled sinisterly and said, it's good to move my hands and feet. Speaking of which, I really haven't moved for a long time. Let's take advantage of today's opportunity. Lei Changtian couldn't help but feel more and more strange. If it weren't for his good composure, high cultivation, and ability to control his mood, as well as considering the current situation, it would be normal for his eyeballs to fly out of their sockets in surprise. What's wrong with these 2 great elders? If I were to desperately protect my grandson, it would make sense and it would be natural. This is my biological grandson. But what's wrong with you 2? Especially the great elder of the Ice Abyss. Why does he look more anxious than me? Before I could say anything, he rushed to the front line in a hurry. And as soon as he opened his mouth, he directly said that in order to protect Suishao Duo, he didn't hesitate to fight. He completely shed all pretenses of cordiality. Now, in order to protect his grandson, he's going to fight barehanded. What the hell? I've lived for so long, but it's the first time I've seen such a thing. I've really lived a long life. That's my grandson, not yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Look at how anxious you are. If I didn't know about my grandson's background, I might really think that he's a spy of the sorcerer tribe and a spy against the human race. How preposterous. The great elder of the devil clan was also angry. He said coldly, well, let's take advantage of today's opportunity to learn from the great magi of the Wu people. He glanced at the poisonous shaman and said, let's see whose cultivation is higher and whose power is stronger. These words naturally had a hidden meaning. Yes, I was talking about cultivation and martial prowess, not poison. I hope you can understand me and don't be as shameless as a certain someone. The poisonous shaman chuckled. Great Elder is right. Then why haven't you evacuated the people yet? When we fight later, I'm not that strong, so it's inevitable that I'll use some unorthodox tricks. If I accidentally hurt someone, I'll be sorry. The poisonous shaman smiled eerily. I've already reminded you in advance. If something really happens, don't hurt our friendship. The corners of the 6 demon elders' mouths twitched in unison. Is this a reminder? You're clearly threatening us. We just said that we'll fight to determine the winner. Martial prowess and cultivation. Who said we're allowed to use poison? Didn't we put forward this condition to limit your poison? But you said you're going to use poison. Can't we play happily? You want to play with poison. Who the hell wants to play with you? You even want to disperse the crowd. That means you're going to use that kind of large-scale destructive poison gas. It's just 2 people fighting. Do you have to say that? With your power as a great magi, you can't control it yourself. What the hell? What the fuck? It turned out that the Wu people's great magi were each more shameless than the other. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the sky. A voice came from afar, laughing. You're really in a good mood. You came here to play today. We're also here to join in the fun. Although this place is in the Wu people's territory, we haven't been here for a long time. 2 figures flashed and appeared in the sky. One was in a snow-white robe, and the other was in a green robe. A vast expanse of vitality came with the green-robed man, and an empty world came with the white-robed man. It seemed that with the white-robed man's arrival, even this space was changed. It was a very strange feeling. The 2 people laughed and fell from the sky. All the high-level Devil Clan members who had some knowledge changed their expressions. The demon race's great elder's expression turned even uglier. It changed again and again, becoming uglier and uglier. Great Magus Dan Kong. Great Magus Zhu Mang. The Grand Elder couldn't hold back the shock in his heart. Out of the 12 great magi of the Wu people, 4 of them came today. And they came just for this young man. It was obvious that the Wu people were determined to suppress the Devil Clan with absolute power. He was finally sure. This bald young man was not only a spy for the Wu people against the human race, but also a direct descendant of the Flood Witch of the Wu people. He should be the type to pass on the legacy. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so important. Not only did the poison magi who rarely left the poison valley come, even Deep Ice Dan Kong and Zhu Mang came in a hurry. This is indeed the plan of the Wu people. Chapter 1058. The Great Elder's thoughts flashed. I didn't think that the Wu people would be willing to put aside the racial barrier and cultivate such a peerless genius. No wonder they have always been able to suppress the Tao League. Then, this matter is completely related to the Wu people. As for that astral soul's human Lei Changtian, if he hadn't been instigated by the Wu people, then it would just be a coincidence. It has nothing to do with that bald kid. However, the shaman race is actually willing to nurture a human with a star soul, and they're even willing to accept him as their successor. They're really ruthless. With that kid's current progress, he'll be able to reach the peak of the human race's power in at most 1,000 years. The day when the shaman race destroys the human race's Tao alliance won't be far away. In the entire demon god castle, all the demons were discouraged, including the 6 elders. Now the other side had 4 Wu people great shamans, and the astral soul's demon ancestor was here to help. Their overall strength was already above the top level of the demons. If this battle really started, half of the demons would die. At least half of the upper echelons of the Devil clan would die. If the non-poisonous shaman really used extreme poison without any scruples, a casual poisonous fog would be enough to take away millions, tens of millions, or even more of the Devil clan's lives. It was absolutely not an illusion. The demons had been recuperating for millions of years, but their number was only a so-so. How could they bear such a loss? Since the 4 great shamans and this Master Lei are all here, we demons are not as strong as them. We have nothing to say. The great elder of the demons took a deep breath and suppressed the indescribable grievance in his heart. That was the first time in so many years that he had been so aggrieved. He clenched his teeth and said, "You must take this boy away. I already know the reason. Thinking of the Wu people's kindness to us, even if we are unwilling, we have nothing to say. But, the girl he took away, she must stay. That girl has nothing to do with the Wu people, right?" Which Dan Kong said with a graceful smile, "What's the matter? Why are you all so nervous? Children are just messing around. Look at all of you. You're all so old, yet you're all at daggers drawn. If this gets out, you'll become a laughingstock." When the 6 elders of the demon race and the countless experts of the demon race heard this, they almost fainted. Fuck, another one. Here comes another one. Could it be that the 12 great sorcerers of the Umno Alliance are all like this? The moment they opened their mouths, they said, "He's still a child. Fuck, why don't you all just go and die?" The poisonous witch turned to look at Sua Xiaoduo and frowned. That woman. Sua Xiaoduo didn't understand why these senior magi of the Wu people would stand on his side so clearly. However, he still chose to stand out when there was no hope. How could he hand over Zhan Shuajuan under such a favorable situation? He raised his head and said, "How is it unrelated? That is my wife, how can I hand her over?" He had no choice. This was the only reason he could use in front of the fierce battle. If he said classmate, friend, sister-in-law. Although he had a position, it was not as direct as this. Sure enough, Lei Changtian took the lead and said, "That's right. Who would hand over his wife? You guys. Although you're of different races, are you willing to hand over your wife?" The Ice Abyss Witch said, "Even if you have this tradition, we don't have such a tradition." The great sorcerer Dan Kong said, "You took someone else's wife. This is a blood feud. No wonder this child is crazy. Not only is it pardonable, but it's also reasonable." The poisonous witch said, "That's right. That's his wife, alas." Speaking of this, he felt sad and thought of his beloved wife who had passed away many years ago. Wasn't this the same situation in the past? Was she also killed by someone? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt the same way and became furious. You even did such a despicable thing as taking someone else's wife and torturing her so inhumanely. What's wrong with killing a few of you? You deserve to be killed, you deserve to be killed. Among the 4 great sorcerers, Only the Zhu Mang great sorcerer was confused and didn't understand what was going on. He didn't understand the identity of Sui Duo, nor did he know what Sui Duo had done. He didn't understand how this confrontation was formed. It could be said that he didn't know anything at all. He was completely confused. But the three brothers had completely exploded in anger. The Zhu Mang great sorcerer didn't care about right or wrong. Of course, he also had to express his position. You demons are too much. You dare to take someone else's wife. Now that someone has come to the door, you still want to keep someone else's wife. You demons are shameless. This is the only reason that Zhu Mang Great Witch can find now, but he feels that this is the only reason and it is justified enough. The great elder of the demon clan was so angry that his face turned red, and his blood rushed to his forehead. You are all too shameless. We have seen through your foundation and intentions. We are willing to give in and compromise. That young man is the spy of the Wu people against the human clan and the successor of the Flood Witch. How can he take a woman from an ordinary family of the astral souls as his wife? There is no such reason in the world. That woman is the hope of the demon clan. The hope of the demon clan to welcome back the people outside and the continent drifting in the starry sky. What do you know? Why do you talk nonsense here? But this sentence can't be said. After saying it, I'm afraid there will be no such opportunity in the future. It's more likely that the 12 great sorcerers will directly lead an army to kill you. What do you want to do if you want to welcome back the continent drifting outside? The closest continent to you is the Wu people. If you demons want to expand your territory, don't you have to destroy the Wu people first? In that case, why do we keep you alive? Do we want you to be a big trouble? Once this sentence was out, the demon clan would be exterminated in an instant. It was not only completely imaginable, but also inevitable. The great elder of the demon clan took a deep breath and said, when the war ended, the demon clan suffered a great loss. Thanks to the kindness of the Wu people, the demon clan gave us the demon spirit forest to recuperate. We promised the Wu people that the demon spirit forest would not come and the demon clan would not appear, so we would never leave the demon spirit forest again. The Flood Witch also gave us the restriction that the demon spirit forest belongs to us. Only the great sorcerers of the Wu people can enter it without permission. I've heard that the Flood Witch values rules the most, but now I don't understand why all the great sorcerers are gathered here. Now, has the demon spirit forest come? The great elder held his breath and finally couldn't help but ask. If it was just facing 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people and the demon ancestor of the human clan, the difference in absolute strength between the two sides was not small, but if the demon clan united their strength, they might still be able to fight. If the non-poisonous great sorcerer was willing to promise not to use poison in this battle, the odds of winning would be even higher. After all, the non-poisonous great sorcerer was famous for his poison. If he really didn't use poison, his combat power would inevitably be reduced. But the non-poisonous great sorcerer used his poison to enter the battle. The result would not only change, but it was also the key to the demon clan's defeat. The great ice witch rolled her eyes and said, "Great elder, you're asking the obvious, making false accusations. This time, it's not us who trespassed into the demon forest. It's clearly your demon tribe who used the tricks of the ghost realm to capture our junior's wife. Our junior didn't care about the hardships and dangers, and went through all kinds of hardships and difficulties to come and save her for love, for loyalty, for his lover, but he was ruthlessly killed by you. It's clear that we were forced to come to save her, so we entered the demon spirit forest." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer's mouth was really sharp, and he became more and more eloquent. The so-called water has a source, the tree has a root, everything has a root, there is a cause, there is an effect, and vice versa. The great sorcerer Dan Kong was very cultured. He said, "In this world, there is never love for no reason, and there is never hate for no reason. Sua Xiaoduo, who was listening at the back, felt like prostrating himself in admiration. This great sorcerer Dan Kong was actually very fashionable. He could even casually say such a vulgar internet joke of the human clan. The great elder said angrily, "Nonsense, that is clearly a human woman of the astral souls that we captured with the secret method of our clan. What does it have to do with your no alliance? You are clearly grabbing her by force and twisting words and logic." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer was furious. "Nonsense. Can my child explain his wife's name, which family she came from, and the origin of her story? If you didn't go through the Wu people, how did you go to the astral souls? In this way, it is clear that you demons have violated the oath long ago." The demons. The great elder's whole person was not good. He was clearly right, but now it seemed like he was in the wrong. How could he speak like this? "We will definitely take her away," the great sorcerer Dan Kong said gracefully, "especially. His wife has been taken away by him. Why don't you just say it? Are you going to let her go? Or rather, what do you want to do to let her go? Do you really want to fight? Or do you think that we are not enough and need a few more people? What is it, great elder? Please give us a straightforward answer. What are the specific rules? We will accept them." The Ice Abyss great sorcerer saw that his side was strong and their comprehensive strength had overshadowed the other side. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a group fight, they were all confident of victory. He became more and more arrogant and showed off his strength. "Whatever you want. We will listen to you," the Ice Abyss great sorcerer shouted. "Whatever you want, we will listen to you. Of course, we know that you can do whatever you want now. You have the upper hand." The 6 elders of the demon clan cursed in their hearts. Finally, they gritted their teeth and said, "Let her go." He looked at Sua Xiaoduo, his eyes, body, and heart were filled with hatred. He wanted to grind Sua Xiaoduo's bones into dust and cut him into 1,000 pieces. This little bastard killed nearly 20,000 of our men, but that was secondary. Because of him alone, he destroyed our 10,000-year plan and took away the most important person. Now, we have to watch him swagger away. Even if one were to scoop up all the water from the 5 lakes, 4 seas, and 3 rivers, it would still be difficult to wash away the shame on his face today. What is your name? The 3rd elder of the demon clan looked at Sua Xiaoduo fiercely and said, "Junior, leave your name. This blood debt, this karma, our demon clan will naturally find you in the future." Chapter 1059. Sua Xiaoduo snorted, puffed out his chest and raised his head, and said in a clear voice, "As a man, I will not change my name. My name is Bing Xiaobing." Puff! Great Witch Dan Kong choked inexplicably, and then forced himself not to laugh. Great Witch's face was full of black lines, but he still pretended to be calm. Great Elder sneered, "Bing Xiaobing, hee hee. No wonder Great Witch. He's talking nonsense. He's lying." A voice shouted angrily and anxiously, "Ancestor, this bald man's real name is Sua Xiaoduo. He claims to be the 2nd disciple of the Western sect, and his Dharma name is Duo Duo Rolai. Sua means that the left side of the sky belongs to him. Small means that the left side of the sky is too small. Duo means that he is not afraid of killing many people in this life. The more, the better." That voice was muffled, and that tone was full of unconcealable stupidity. It was the stupid former commander of the Devil Clan Mo Shizhou, the 2nd disciple of the Western sect. Duo Duo Rolai. The 6 Devil Clan elders were a little confused at this moment. How could there be a matter of the Western sect? But on second thought, they knew that this guy must have been fooled by the bald man in front of them again. For a moment, they were angry. The elders were so angry that their intestines were about to explode. They were not angry at Duo for lying, but at Demon 19. You idiot, you remember it very well. It's fine if you just introduced the name, but look at the long list of names you recited. But now was not the right time to deal with him. When these murderous stars are sent away, I'll teach you a lesson. Good, good, good. Duo, good. The more, the better. Third elder gritted his teeth and said, Duo, we will remember you. In the future, there will be people of our clan who will settle this account with you and end this karma. Duo did not care. He laughed and said, welcome, welcome, warmly welcome. The six of them walked out of the demon spirit forest with their heads held high and chests puffed out under the hateful eyes of millions of demons. After walking out of the Devil's Soul Castle, he immediately flew into the sky. The six of them were still flying side by side. Xiaoduo's shining head was especially dazzling. Even after walking for thousands of miles, he could still feel the soaring resentment behind him. This time, the billions of demons in the devil race would remember the name Duo. The more Tathagotas, the better. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. As for the six people who were walking out side by side, their moods were not calm at all. Lei Zhengtian's stomach was full of apprehension, and his head was full of confusion. He didn't understand. Even in his dreams, he would never have imagined that things would develop to this point. Duo must be the son of his daughter and that bastard Changchang. There was no doubt about this. However, since he was their son, how could the Wu people put in so much effort to protect him? If he had not already confirmed that Duo was the son of his daughter and Duo, he would have suspected that Duo was the son of the flood, which, based on the methods that Duo had shown and the attitude of the great shamans of the Wu people towards him. Lei Changtian could not understand this no matter how hard he thought about it. Even after using his lifetime of experience, he still could not understand the key point. My grandson. The son of the Astral Souls Continent Sky Patrol Throne and the Rain Demon. There was no doubt about this. However, the four great shamans of the Wu people were so nervous about this treasure. As if it was their own son. This was really outrageous. As for Duo, who was the direct beneficiary of this battle, he was completely dumbfounded. In his opinion, any one of the five great shamans around him was a powerful being that he could not fight against. Any one of them could crush him to death with one finger, or even blow him to death with one breath. Things had developed to this point in a very strange way. Duo was just as confused as Lei Changtian was. What was going on? Could it be that the great elder of the demon race is really thinking of instigating me to betray them and frame me? Isn't this thinking too highly of me? Although I am a peerless heaven's pride, although I am talented, although I am invincible among the younger generation, sending four great shamans of the Wu people to protect me at the same time, at the expense of offending the demon race, who has been their natural ally for millions of years. Isn't the price of instigating a rebellion and framing me too high? This kind of planning, there must be a big plan, at least the price should be similar to the price. However, the more Duo thought about it, the more he felt that it was inconceivable. The current situation was not only extremely terrifying, it was simply terrifying to the extreme. It was too frightening to the point that he was on tenterhooks. Based on this idea, Duo secretly opened the space-destroying tower early, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Who knew if the moment he acted rashly, would it lead to the counterattack of the top great shamans nearby? He was really not sure if he could escape in the space-destroying tower. These were the top great shamans of the world. As Duo was thinking, the group of people had already flown out of the demon spirit forest. As soon as they stood still, before Lei Changtian had time to speak, he was shocked to see the great shaman of Ice Abyss suddenly turn around and punch the great shaman of Zhu Mang with 2 punches. The great shaman of Zhu Mang was caught off guard by the surprise attack, and he was hit directly. For a moment, he was dizzy and in pain. He was shocked and angry, and said angrily, "You! What are you doing?" The great shaman of Ice Abyss said angrily, "You are a bastard. You set me up like this and deceived me into dying together with this old devil. Zhu Mang, today's matter is not over. I will spend my life with you. You wait for me. When I call my sister and brother-in-law, we will work together to kill you." The great shaman of Zhu Mang flew into a rage, "You!" Before he finished speaking, the great shaman of Ice Abyss punched him in the eye with 2 quick punches. Suddenly, the great shaman of Zhu Mang couldn't look at his face anymore. Then the great shaman of Ice Abyss turned around and ran, shouting as he ran, "Zhu Mang, you should eat and drink for the rest of the day. When I come to you with my sister and brother-in-law, there will be no chance. Don't say that I didn't remind you. You set me up like this, and I came to save your life." Hearing this, the great shaman of Zhu Mang was furious. "You're not done yet. I'm not done with you now." Before his voice died away, he gritted his teeth and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the 2 had disappeared. Sua Xiaoduo and Lei Changtian felt inexplicable. They stared and didn't know what to say. Then, the great shaman of Dan Kong said to the great shaman of Poisonous Poison, "Ah Du, this time I was in seclusion to study the technique of space folding and turning over, but I had an unexpected gain. It seems to be the legendary saint's poison. I didn't dare to touch it myself." The great shaman of Poisonous Poison's eyes suddenly brightened, and his interest increased greatly. "Saint's poison? Is there such a thing? Are you serious?" "It's just that I can't confirm, so I said it seems to be." Let's go, while my inspiration is still there, let's finalize this matter as soon as possible." Before his voice died away, the great shaman of Dan Kong had already pulled the great shaman of Poisonous Poison and left. In the blink of an eye, the 4 great shamans disappeared without a trace. Before leaving, they didn't even look at Sua Xiaoduo, let alone say hello to Lei Changtian. They left just like that. Zhu Mang and Poisonous Poison were at a loss. They knew that Bing Ming and Dan Kong had used this method to pull them away for a reason. Based on their trust in their brothers, the 2 of them left without another word. But Bing Ming and Dan Kong already didn't want to talk at all. If this old devil knew that his boss had taken this kid as his godson, this old devil would definitely immediately act like an uncle. There was nothing to say about this, he was truly a generation younger than him. It was one thing to run into him on the battlefield, but it was very uncomfortable to run into him during normal times like this. So they couldn't greet him at all. If they did, the old devil would definitely ask, "Why are you doing this?" They couldn't answer this question. They couldn't let him know even if they were beaten to death. So, hurry up and run. Lei Changtian was even more dumbfounded. What was going on? Why? Why did they leave just like that? What did this mean? You've been shouting and yelling for so long, but suddenly there's no follow-up. And why are you doing this? You have to explain to this old man, right? Leaving just like that. Are the 4 of you stupid cunt? You've specially come to help the enemy get through a difficult time, and now you're leaving? Lei Changtian only felt a wave of discomfort in his chest. Fuck. Even a fight with me would be better than being stifled like this. Lei Changtian turned his head unconsciously, and naturally met Sua Xiaoduo's equally stupefied gaze. Sua Xiaoduo was actually even more stupefied than Lei Changtian. What happened just now? What's going on now? Why did those people save me? Why did those people leave? Why did this old man save me? Isn't he my enemy? Didn't my father kill his daughter? This old man. He doesn't look like a good person. Now that the Wu people are gone, he's going to attack me. Devil ancestor coughed and said, ahem, ahem, hm. Xiao Duo. Are you alright? He had already tried his best to make his voice sound more amiable, and to make his face look more benevolent, that he was trying his best to leave a good impression in front of his grandson so that they could grow closer in the future. After all, he had scared this kid just now. But Devil ancestor was not ugly, or else he wouldn't have been able to give birth to a beauty like Wu Yuting, but his initial genes were still very strong. At the very least, he could definitely be considered as a handsome young man. But he had been practicing demonic arts for many years, and his whole body was full of gloominess that was difficult to hide. No matter how amiable he was still intimidating. At least in the eyes of Sua Xiao Duo, who had long been prejudiced against him. Fuck, this old man is smiling maliciously again. What does this old man want to do now? No matter what he wants to do, he must be trying to harm me again. But he saved me just now. That counts as saving me, right? Sua Xiaoduo's God's soul was originally tightly locked onto the Tower of Annihilation that had already opened. His body slowly retreated, and in a cowering posture, he laughed dryly and said, "Old man, ha. We meet again. What a coincidence, ha." He was fully concentrated, and his spirit was highly concentrated. As soon as Lei Changtian made a slight move, he would retreat with all his strength and desperately retreat into the Tower of Annihilation. Lei Changtian's eyesight was very good, and he immediately felt distressed. Look at how scared the kid was, it's all my fault. So he quickly smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. Good kid, don't be afraid. Ha ha ha. Today is the birthday of Alliance Master Ling Moyu. The little beauty has been the backbone of the Feng family from the Supreme Master to the heterodox. On your birthday, I wish you a happy birthday, and I hope you will become more and more beautiful. Every year, you will live a carefree life, and you will be satisfied." Chapter 1060. Hearing the laughter. Sua Xiaoduo's entire body started to tremble. He instinctively took a step back and waved his hands repeatedly. Even his shrieking voice changed. "You! Don't come over." The demon ancestor was stunned and said, don't misunderstand. I don't mean any harm. I didn't mean any harm from the beginning. The grudge I'm talking about is..." Sua Xiao Duo shook his head like a rattle drum. "Senior, seeing that you can even talk to the great shaman of the sorcerer tribe, your relationship must be pretty good. You must be a big shot in our star spirit continent, a pinnacle existence. Whatever you did to me, I will definitely keep it to myself and not tell anyone." The demon ancestor sighed. "Son, I know you misunderstood, but you really misunderstood. I'm your grandfather." Sua Xiao Duo curled his lips and cursed in his heart, "I'm your grandfather." Of course, he didn't believe this kind of relationship. "You almost killed me, and now you're telling me you're my grandfather. Haha, you can ask the readers of the books, do they believe it? Do they believe this? Even if they do, I still don't believe it. How can there be such a heartless grandfather in the world?" But his mouth was as sweet as honey. "I knew there must be something between us." Suddenly, with a face full of surprise and joy, he said with a trembling voice, "Dad. Ah. Why are you here?" His eyes were fixed on Lei Changtian's back. The ecstasy on his face was almost overflowing. That kind of sincere emotion made everyone who saw him happy for him. It was the extreme emotion of reuniting with family after a long separation. However, Lei Changtian wasn't among them. Hearing this and seeing Zhuo Xiaoduo's expression, Lei Changtian shuddered and his face changed. If Zhuo Xiaoduo had called someone else, Lei Changtian wouldn't have cared. He wouldn't even believe it. Who in the world can sneak up behind me without me noticing? Who else could it be? But Zhuo Xiaoduo called him Dad. This was a completely different story. Because he knew who Zhuo Xiaoduo's dad was. That person really had this kind of ability. If it was really him, then wouldn't it mean that the matter of him taking his grandson out for training had been exposed? Zhuo Changchang was here. If it was just him, it would still be fine. He still had not settled the old score of him marrying his daughter. However, Zhuo Changchang was here, and the matter was exposed. That meant that his daughter would also know everything that had happened during this period of time. That would really be a complete loss, and it would be completely over. Lei Changtian turned around like a whirlwind and thought, I have to act like a father-in-law. I must control Zhuo Changchang as soon as I see him. If you really can't do it, I'll just say a few words. I'll admit that I took advantage of my daughter in the past. As long as you don't pursue what I did to your son and don't tell my daughter about it, we can talk about anything. That while he was thinking, his face had already uncontrollably revealed a flattering smile. Just as he was about to instinctively say, Zhuo, you're here, he, what a coincidence, he found that there was no one in front of him. Lei Changtian was very experienced. How could he not know that things were not good? He turned around again like a whirlwind. As expected, Zhuo Xiaoduo had disappeared without a trace. What the fuck? Lei Changtian was dumbfounded. Disappeared. Disappeared again. This little bastard can actually disappear in front of me. He's so slippery. But what came next was an inexplicable anger towards himself. He raised his hand and slapped himself 7 or 8 times. You're already like this, and you still call him boss. You're such a good-for-nothing. At this moment, Lei Changtian was so angry that his eyes turned red. I'm such a good-for-nothing. When I see my son-in-law, I can't help but call him Big Brother. Sigh, I'd better hurry and find my grandson. No matter how capable this kid is, no matter how fast he runs, he can't go too far. He must still be hiding in this area. There's a 99% chance that he's hiding in his mysterious space equipment. With his skills, other than this move, it's impossible for him to disappear instantly in front of me. Then, I'll just wait here for him. The demon ancestor sighed. As he scolded himself for being a good-for-nothing, he hid his figure and disappeared between heaven and earth. In the space. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who was still in shock, sat on the ground, panting heavily. I finally escaped in here. I actually managed to escape in here. Just now, that old man must have used his divine sense to lock on me. Although I had an idea and used a strange move, it's still unbelievable that I succeeded. If I failed, I can't help but think about it, right? However, after his idea failed, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but recall some of the things that happened today. He realized that everything was not right. What exactly happened today? Not only did he not understand, but the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. The 4 great sorcerers of the Wu people, why did they talk and act like they were just here to help? Why did they do that? His mind was in a mess. This was completely unreasonable. Even if what the great elder of the demon clan said was right, that the Wu people saw him as a peerless genius and wanted to instigate him, but why didn't they follow up? They didn't expect anything in return for their kindness. The Wu people saved him. How could they not expect anything in return for their kindness? It should be that they didn't forget to repay their kindness. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it for a long time. The more he thought about it, the the more he couldn't understand. He successfully turned his brain into a pile of paste. Damn, I'm completely confused. I don't want to think about it. Who knows what these high-level people are thinking? For me, it's too far away. Maybe they're harming others without benefiting themselves. It can be seen that I'm not the kind of person who can become a high-level person. Sua Xiaoduo sighed dejectedly. It seems that my highest achievement in the future will be to unify the 9 continents, and then become a boss who doesn't do anything. At most, I'll be a spiritual leader. Ah, so sad. Sua Xiaoduo had one great advantage: he didn't want to think about things that he couldn't figure out. He always had a divine logic. Since he couldn't figure it out, what else could he do? Since he couldn't figure it out, he might as well not think about it and not waste his brain cells. Thinking of this, he suddenly became happy again. I, Sua Xiaoduo, am really wise. Why should I think about those unhappy things? Then he thought of Zhan Shuajuan, who was saved by him. Turning around, he saw Zhan Shuajuan and the upper half of the altar were placed on the ground of the Tower of Emptiness. Sua Xiaoduo remembered that he hadn't taken the time to check on Zhan Shuajuan's condition. He couldn't help but worry and went to check on her. He saw that Zhan Shuajuan's body was intact, and her face was healthy and rosy. It seemed that the demon energy that penetrated her body didn't cause any harm to her. She didn't look like she was unconscious, but asleep. If Sua Xiaoduo knew what had happened to Zhan Shuajuan before, he would be even more surprised. That day, Zhan Shuajuan had cut off her own arm in order to get rid of the source of the disaster. The broken arm had already grown back, and it was no different from the original arm. The 9 Deaths revival liquid of the demon clan was a panacea for healing injuries. It had the amazing effect of reviving flesh and bones. In terms of physical condition, the current Zhan Shuajuan could be said to be healthier than ever before. It was a pity that Sua Xiaoduo didn't know the reason. Instead, he found it strange. Since Zhan Shuajuan wasn't injured, it must be the effect of the medicine that the demon clan gave her. Now that the restraints were removed, why hadn't she woken up? Sua Xiaoduo's mind spun like lightning as he nimbly removed the chains from Zhan Shuajuan's body. Then he realized that he seemed to have struck gold again. The chains that bound Zhan Shuajuan and the upper half of the altar were clearly made of the same material. It was an extremely rare material, nightmare gold. The rarity of this metal was almost only in legends. It was said that weapons made of this metal would naturally produce a strange effect when they were wielded. It could cause the enemy to fall into a nightmare and be unable to control themselves in battle. The weaker the state of mind, the higher the chance of triggering it. It was definitely a rare magical weapon for battle formations. With such a magical weapon, the chances of winning would be multiplied. Sua Xiaoduo checked it again and again before he could confirm that it was really nightmare gold. After all, he didn't expect the demon clan to be so generous to build an altar with this kind of strange metal. It was really a big deal. If he smashed down with his hammer, it would at least weigh 1,000,000 pounds, right? Sure enough, God always blesses the good. Good people will be rewarded. It really doesn't deceive me. The more Sua Xiaoduo thought about it, the more beautiful it was. He couldn't help but feel relaxed and happy. Saving people can also make me rich. He carefully untied Zhan Shuajuan from the pillar and placed her aside. Then, he couldn't help but click his tongue. This girl must be more than 9 meters tall. Her figure is really. Only Xiang Chong would have such a figure. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really feel like a bean sprout. He thought about himself and shook his head. I thought my body was okay, but now it seems that I'm still weak. Then he checked Zhan Shuajuan's pulse to confirm her condition. He couldn't help but frown immediately. It's incredible. I can't see any wounds on her body. I saw the places where the demon cheat penetrated with my own eyes, but there's no trace of it at all. Her head. After checking his head, he found nothing as well. All in all, from top to bottom, there was no wound at all. She was full of energy, vital energy, and spirit. Her internal organs were working normally, and her dantian was full of vital energy. Everything showed that she was extremely healthy. But why didn't she wake up? What's the problem? Although Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled, he already had the answer in his heart. This should be the thing that he didn't want to encounter the most, and also the thing that he hoped would not happen the most. Her divine soul was injured. Her body was intact. There was no wound on her body. Everything was normal. But she was still unconscious. If her divine soul was not injured, what else could it be? Sua Xiaoduo sighed. He frowned and thought for a long time. Then he sighed and took out a bottle of laurel honey. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.